Good morning, racers and race fans, and welcome to round number 8 of the 2025 Sunday Funday series here at ERX Motor Park, where we are on day 2 of our doubleheader this weekend. We were here yesterday for round number 7, Saturday, February 8th at ERX. We're back again today on the 9th for round number 8 of our 2025 Sunday Funday series. We got a lot of racing in store for you today, lots of action going around, so make sure you're logging in live if you are streaming on mbtvsports.com. For those of you in the grandstands here with us in person, make sure to send that link on over to your friends and family who may not have been able to make it with us here today, mbtvsports.com. My name is Zach Bailey. I will be announcing live for you guys all day long, letting you in on the action. We have a few minutes here before we end up going to some green flag racing for our first round of heats for the day. Race number 1, 200 Open and Pro 206 will be our first racers out onto the track. Race number 2, 120 Stock will be up next. Race 3, 120 Improved Stock in our Snow Scoot class. Race 4, 200 Stock 9 to 12, and Race 5, Junior Ditch Banger 10 to 13, and Junior Ditch Banger 13 to 17 will be our races starting off for us today. But if I could take a moment before we get into that green flag racing action, for all of those in attendance here, and if you're sitting on your couch at home, if I could ask you to please stand at attention for a couple moments, look towards the start-finish line tabletop, where we have Cassie Scott, one of our Junior Ditch Banger 10 to 13 racers out there. She's been singing the national anthem for us live for a few weeks here. We got her back again this morning. So if you could all stand at attention, remove your hats, and get ready for the singing of our national anthem. We are having some slight technical difficulties. We will be back on the air in just a second.
Are they live streaming yet?
Alrighty, once again, sorry about that. Had to get the speakers all situated here. For those of you in attendance, if I could ask you to pause where you are, stand towards the flag where we have Cassie Scott, one of our Junior Ditch Banger 10 to 13 racers, singing our national anthem for us.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Cassie, for that beautiful rendition of our national anthem. Cassie was out there racing yesterday, had a pretty rough tumble over on that southwest end of the track, so we're happy to see her not only back up, doing well, but able to sing at the same time. So thank you so much for being able to do that for us, and thank you to everyone here in the good old United States of America for giving us the freedoms we have to come out and do some fun motorsports racing every week here at ERX Motor Park. As a quick reminder, We will be racing all day. As a quick reminder, we do have a set of heats coming out right now. We'll be getting into our first set of heats for the day. It is that 200 Open Pro 206 class hitting the track right now. As far as the 200 Open class is concerned, we have 4 racers in there. The 200 of Noah Olson out of Buffalo, Minnesota. The 929 of Walter Strazy from Elko. The 939 of the double-wide Krups Resort, the garage door doctor-powered Everett Storley. 989 of Tyler Custodio racing the Custodio home group, Keller Williams Preferred Realty number 989. And then in that Pro 206 class, we have another 6 racers there. The 21 of Caleb Reinhofer racing for Premier Rigs, Renegade Truck Equipment, 5-Star Heating and Plumbing. 25K of Cashton Nelson out of Foley, Minnesota, racing for Shima Exteriors, Jaeger Construction, the Osseo Nickel Barn and Coffee Shop, and Rock Speed Effects. We have the Mark and Casey piloted 66 of Judd Kingsley. Chase Reinhofer racing the 88 out of Malacca, Minnesota for Premier Rigs, Renegade Truck Equipment, and 5-Star Heating and Plumbing. The 517 of Noah Abraham racing the FXR CNA Pro Skis Rock Speed Effects out of Norwood, Young America. And last but definitely not least, we have the 585 of Blake Hoole. Blake Hoole today racing for Race Coatings, Deadline Customs, K-Lee Electric, Siemens Resorts, RSI Racing, and PEI. 10 racers out there, 2 classes for our first heat race of the day. Making sure that everyone is all set and ready to go. Green light is out for our first drop. It's going to be the 200 Open class, I believe. Pro 206 leading the charge. It's the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer leading the way. In that second drop, looks like it may have been the 989 of Custodio getting up in the mix there. Out front, though, Caleb Reinhofer leading the charge. Going to put the first lap in the books today. Side-by-side battle for second and third. It's the 517 of Noah Abraham and the 88 of Chase Reinhofer. Just behind them, that second drop, it's the 78 machine coming in around the corner there, setting another lap in the books there, leading that Pro 206 class. Just behind them, a nice 2-rider battle for second and third between the 939 of Everett Storley and the 989 of Tyler Custodio. We had 2 drops, but we're slowly but surely turning into one big group up at the front there with the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer leading the charge. It's Reinhofer, Abraham, and Chase Reinhofer, 1, 2, 3. White flag is out for Caleb Reinhofer. 1 more lap to go for the Mohawk man himself. All 3 riders opting to take that inside left-hand turn through the Power Lodge corner, up through the X-Racing hairpin corner. Reinhofer still leads. It's a Reinhofer-Abraham-Reinhofer sandwich there through that Woody's Traction Rhythm section, as we've got a nice little battle developing there for 5th and 6th. Storley on the inside, the 66 of Kingsley on the outside. Storley able to make a move. Storley now up to 5th place overall. First checkered flag is in their sights of the day. Put it up for the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer taking the win for Premier Rigs, Renegade Truck Equipment, and Rough Cut Grill and Bar. He's got the W. 517 of Abraham finishing second. The 88 of Chase Reinhofer rounding out your top 3. Race number 2 up next, 120 stock. We have the 10 of Bentley Shutt, the 25B of Bowden Nelson, 25 of Oliver Van Dam, 100 of Cash Johnson, 179 of Aria Simonson, 905 of Willow Abraham, 5 of Noah Green, 7 of Peyton Schultz, 100X of August Nelson, 122X of Jack Erickson, the 412 of Owen Cardy, and the 555 of Amelia Mickelson. 12 racers out there for heats 1 and 2 of our 120 stock class. Looks like we're getting all of our riders lined up, making sure everyone is all set and ready to go for this first drop of their day. We are doing a double drop for this class, which is why we're just getting situated. Our second class right now, I think initially the staging area was going to line them up into two separate races, but we are making it a double drop for them, so we're just making sure that we have that second lineup all set and ready to go here before we get back to some green flag action. In the meantime, just wanted to send some love out to some of our sponsors here. A few of our premier sponsors that we have here at ERX, the Hunter Hool Memorial Foundation, Aeroplax Corporation, CNA Pro Skis, Fox Finish Line, Husqvarna, Woody's Traction, and Studboy Traction. We wouldn't be able to be here if it weren't for all of those supporters that we have there. And in addition, some sponsors we have for the MBTV Sports streaming service here. It is that Hunter Hool Memorial Foundation, Aeroplax Corporation, Fox Finish Line, Husqvarna, and Bodywise Chiropractic Center. They're the ones who are able to allow us to have some free streaming for you all, the viewers here, sending it out to your family and friends, making sure that they're able to get in on the action even if they aren't able to be here in person with us. So if you're out in the community, make sure you give them all some support. We love getting to have them here with us, be a part of our racing efforts, along with DLO Excavating LLC and RSC Triton Trailers. They're all here helping our charge through this 2025 Sunday Funday series. Back to racing though. Race number 2 about to hit the track. Starter checks to make sure they are all good and ready to go. Green light is out and our first of 2 drops hitting the track. One rider taking the lead there. Believe that might possibly be the 25 of Van Dam, if I'm correct, leading the way there. Second drop now getting the green light as well. We got 2 riders out front in that second drop trying to get the whole shot. Back up at that first drop, though, we have a nice 3-rider battle developing for first, second, and third, as well as a nice 3-rider battle for fourth, fifth, and sixth right behind them. White flag is out. First lap in the books, it's going to go to the 179 of Aria Simonson leading the charge. 905 of Willow Abraham right behind, and the 25 of Van Dam hot on their tail. Then we got a little bit of space before we get back to the 10, the 100, and the 25B in that first drop. As we get back to the second drop, it's going to be the 412 of Cardi leading the charge. 100X of August Nelson right behind them. The 5 of Noah Green and the 555 of Amelia Mickelson. As the 7 of Peyton Schultz puts in their first lap on the day. Another lap in the books for our racers. Out front, though, leading the way. It looks like we have a change for position. It's now the 905 of Willow Abraham leading the track here. But Aria Simonson is not going to go without a challenge. Simonson to the inside, able to pass back for the lead to the checkered flag. Side by side, it's going to be the 179 of Aria Simonson taking the win, 905 of Abraham finishing second, and it'll be the 10 of Schultz rounding out your top 3. Race number 3 up next, 120 improved stock in our snow scoot class. Races 4, 200 stock 9 to 12, 5 junior ditch banger 10 to 13 and junior ditch banger 13 to 17, and 6 junior girls should all be in the staging area right now. For race 3, 120 improved stock, the 88 of Chase Reinhofer, 215 of Clay Lang, 216 of Carter Lang. In the snow scoot class, it's the 3 of Cashton Nelson, 8 of Leo Schmeideker, 75 of Addison Schmeideker, and the 357 of Carson Krochik. It'll be 7 racers in race number 3, 2 separate classes hitting the track. Looks like one of our sleds is having some issues with being started. Dad's out there trying to pull that cord, make sure everything is all set to go before we go to some green flag action here in just a second. Making sure our snow scoot and 120 improved stock racers are all set and ready to go here. before we give them the green flag to start off their race. Looks like Dad's getting that sled all filled up there, making sure that everything is good to go. Gas is all ready. Cord is pulled so that we can get these kids' green flag going. And there we go. The flag has been dropped. And we are racing in this Snow Scoot 120 improved stock class. One rider going up and over, getting mixed up with another one there on the side. They're going to go to the back of the pack, make sure everyone's good there. Out front alone, though, leading the charge. First lap in the books for, I believe, the 357 of Carson Krochik. And it's the 75 of Addison Schmeideker and the 88 of Chase Reinhofer. In fourth and fifth, we have the Lang duo. 216 currently sitting in fourth. It's the 215 of Clay Lang rounding out your top five. Krochik putting on a blistering pace there, pulling away from the rest of his competitors. In second, though, Addison Schmeideker on the 75 has some trouble behind her as the 88 of Chase Reinhofer trying to do everything possible to make that pass. Now, Addison Schmeideker and Chase Reinhofer, though they are battling for second and third overall, they're currently in two separate classes. Chase Reinhofer on the 88 racing the 120 improved stock class. Addison Schmeideker on the 75 racing the snow scoot class. So Reinhofer is currently sitting in first place in his own class, that 120 improved stock class, but always wants to look at that overall finish as well. We are racing at the end of the day here, so a racer in front of you, whether they're in your class or not, is a racer you want to get by. Out front alone, though, it's still the 357 of Krochik. Quite a bit of space before we get back to Schmeideker and Reinhofer in second and third. Little more space back to the 216 of Carter Lang in fourth overall. One last time onto the start-finish line. Checkered flag is out for DLO Excavating and Demolitions number 357 of Carson Krochik taking the win today. In that battle for second, checkered flag is in their sights. It's going to be Addison Schmeideker on the 75 and the 88 of Chase Reinhofer rounding out your top three overall. Race 4, we have the 200 stock 9 to 12 class. The 311R of Leah Pellet, 524 of Michael Rambo, 585 of Blake Hool, 708 of JC Carlson, 730 of Maya Smith, and the 939 of Everett Storley in our first drop. In the second drop, we have the 5 of Easton Green, 21 of Caleb Reinhofer, 122 of Carson May, 314 of Bryson McIvy, 535 of Mason Doffing, and the 619 of Aubrey Erickson. 6 racers in your first heat. 6 racers in your second for a total of 12 200 stock 9 to 12 racers that are about to hit the track. Green light is a go for drop number 1. We'll give our racers in drop number 2 just a second. Make sure our first drop good to go. And there we get our green flag for drop number 2. 2 separate heats out on the track at once. Out front, leading the charge in the early drop, it's the 939 of Storley leading the way. 524 of Rambo in second. 708 of Carlson rounding out your top 3. With the 311R of Leah Pellet in the mix as well in fourth. Back to that second drop. Leading the charge, it's going to be the 314 of McIvy in the top spot. The 5 of Green in second. Battle for third and fourth between the 535 and 122. That is Doffing on the 535, May on the 122 machine. So we got 8 of our initial 12 racers making the call here. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 939 of Storley leading the way. It's Storley, Rambo, Carson, 1, 2, 3 in that first drop. We got a nice battle developing in that second half of the track, though. Battle for not only first and second, but a side-by-side battle for third and fourth developing as well. White flag is out for the second drop. It's still the 314 of McIvy in the lead. 5 of Green hot on his tail. And it's now May up to third in that second drop. Doffing back to fourth. One last time through that rhythm section on the west end of the track and onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag is in sights. The double wide, Krupp's Resort, the garage door doctor, number 939 of Everett Storley taking the win. In second, it's going to come to be the 708 of Carlson. And the 311R of Pellet will round out your top 3. As it seems like the 524 of Rambo not out on the track. Green able to make the pass for 4th overall and take the win in that second drop. Race 5, Junior Ditchbanger, 13-17. We have the 5 of Reese Allendike, the 76 of Madeline Hale, 521 of Julia Olson, 726 of Lucas Holicky, 861 of Austin Pirro, and the 942 of Bailey Strazy. In the Junior Ditchbanger 10-13 class, we have the 00 of Bennett Morey, the 59 of Lyric Knight, and the 717 of Caden Holicky. Looks like we're doing a single drop for all of our classes out there. One rider pulling away from the rest of the pack. If my eyes do not deceive me, it looks like that might be the 726 of Holicky leading the charge. Holicky putting their first lap in the books. Knighton in second. 521 of Olson going to round out your top 3, but we've got battles all throughout the field there. Side-by-side action for 4th and 5th and 6th and 7th. Now a side-by-side battle for 2nd and 3rd as Olson tries to overtake on the outside of Knighton. Knighton's able to hold on to that 2nd place overall, move their spot up. Olson back now about 2 sled lengths. Out front alone, though, it's still that 726 of Holicky putting on the hard charge. Now almost a full straightaway advantage over 2nd place. Holicky another lap in the books, clearing that start-finish line tabletop. It's now Olson up to sole possession of 2nd. Olson in 2, Knighton in 3rd. Olson currently running 2nd overall, actually leading that Junior Ditchbanger 13-17 class. Knighton, though now back to 3rd overall, still sitting in 2nd behind Holicky in the 10-13 class, or in the 13-17 class right now. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 7-2-6 of Lucas Holicky leading the charge. Olson in 2nd overall, putting another lap in the books. As it looks like Knighton had some issues. Knighton now out, and it's going to be the 00 of Bennett Morey in 3rd place overall. Morey now leading that Junior Ditchbanger 10-13 class. Right behind him, a nice side-by-side battle for 4th and 5th between the 942 of Bailey Strazy and the 717 of Caden Holicky. Out front, though, checkers are flying. Happy Holstein Dairy, STB Diesel Truck Repairs, 726 of Lucas Holicky taking the win today. It'll be the 521 of Julia Olson finishing 2nd overall and in the Ditchbanger 13-17 class. And in 3rd place overall, taking the win in Junior 10-13, it'll be the 00 of Bennett Morey. Taking that W for on-track overhead door, Barnesville Dairy Queen. Race 6, we have Junior Girls under 200cc. Race 7, transition 8-12 combined. And race 8, 200 stock 4-8 should be in the staging area right now. Race 9 and 10 should be making their way up. For the Junior Girls class, green flag is a go. 14 of Charlie Van Dam, 15Z of Zella Green, 179 of Emmy Simonson, 311R of Leah Pellet, 619 of Aubrey Erickson, 708 of JC Carlson, and the 730 of Maya Smith. On the sheet here today, looks like 5 of these 7 racers are making the call. And out front leading the way like we've been seeing most of the past few weeks here at ERX, JC Carlson leading the charge. Erickson, not quite in there, but it's the 14 of Van Dam in second and Pellet in third. We see Simonson in fourth as we have a pass for the lead developing. Carlson looks to the outside. To the inside, it's Van Dam. Van Dam tries to make that pass, not quite able to make it. It's still Carlson, Van Dam, Pellet, Simonson, and then the 15Z of Green. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That battle for the top two spots still raging, and we might even see a third place competitor try to get in the mix as well. White flag is out for Carlson as she's able to pull away slightly from the 14 of Van Dam. It's Carlson, Van Dam, Pellet, 1, 2, 3. Our top three riders taking that inside left-hand corner through the Power Lodge turn. It's the 179 of Simonson, the lone rider taking that outside line. Single file throughout the field. Our top four racers all spread out by about 10 sled lengths now. $15Z of Green gonna put her next lap in the books. And right behind that, the checkered flag is about to be shown for the 708 of Carlson gonna take the win today. 14 of Van Dam going to finish second, and it's the 311R of Pellet rounding out your podium. Race 7, transition 8 to 12 combined. We have the 5 of Easton Green, the 13X of Blake Van Dam, the 67X of Chase Kenyon, 68X of Arlen Kenyon, the 68E of Evan Teisel, 314 of Bryson McIvy, 406 of Zoe Smith, 535 of Mason Dauphin, and the 973 of Wyatt Strazy, rounding out your field here in that transition 8 to 12 combined class. We'll let Green finish up her race in race number 6. Race number 7 about to hit the track in a moment. Race 8, 200 stock 4 to 8. Race 9, ditch banger triples, ditch banger twins, and leaf spring. And race number 10, Thomas Snowsport 440 to 600 invitational should all be in the staging area. Races 11 and 12 should be making their way to the staging area if they're not there already. With the track cleared, we'll give our racers the go. Green light is out, and we are transition 8 to 12 racing. A full pack of them going in through that first left-hand corner. All side-by-side action, but it's our two racers out front leading the charge as we're 3 wide for 3rd, 4th, and 5th through that West End rhythm section. Out front alone, though, it's going to be the 68X of Arlen Kenyon leading the way. Behind them, the 973 of Strazy and the 13X of Van Dam in 2nd and 3rd overall. Nice 3-rider battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th between the 68E, the 67, and the 5. That is Teisel, Kenyon, and Green going 4, 5, and 6 currently. Out front, still leading that charge, though. Another lap in the books for the 68X of Arlen Kenyon out of Barnesville, Minnesota. Van Dam now in sole possession of 2nd. And in that battle, now raging for 3rd, 4th, and 5th, it looks like one of our riders up and over on that Rock Speed Effects left-hand corner. Riders coming up on that wrecked sled over there. Gonna push them all to that inside line, make sure everyone avoids that crash there. Kenyon puts another lap in the books. Van Dam in second. Now in sole position of third is going to be the 68E of Teisel. Single file throughout the track. Making sure we avoid our downed sled there on the southwest corner. It's Kenyon, Van Dam, Teisel, 1, 2, 3. Then we got the 67X of Kenyon, the 5 of Green, the 535 of Dauphin, and the 973 of Strazy. Looks like it may have been the 314 of McIvy going down there on that southwest corner. Checkered flag is flying, though. Arlen Kenyon taking the win for CNA Pro Skis, Rock Speed Effects, and Snow Studs. 13X of Van Dam going to finish second. And for third, looks like it'll be the 68E of Evan Teisel rounding out your podium. We're going to give a moment for our downed rider to get all resituated here on that southwest corner of the track before we get back to some green flag racing action here. Race number 8 about to hit the track momentarily, 200 stock 4 to 8. Race 9, Ditch Banger Triples, Ditch Banger Twins, and Leaf Spring. Race 10, Thomas Snowsport 440 to 600 Invitational. And race 11, Transition 8 to 10 should all be in the staging area. Races 12, 13, and 14 should be making their way up to the staging area if they're not there already. In the 200 stock 4 to 8 class, we're going to have a dual drop here. In the first drop, we have the 10R of Ryder Bitson out of Brandon, Minnesota. The 85 of Colton Neifel, sponsored by TS Services, Pure Home Restoration, Lake State Builders, FXR, Up North Arrow out of Elko, Minnesota. The 102 of Breck May from Aitkin, Minnesota. The 106 of the Rick's Plumbing, Haven Homes, Storby Brothers Underground Utilities piloted Owen Carty. Henry Ford racing the 202 out of Ham Lake. The 410 of Owen Lance racing for Climb, Power Mad, CA Pro Skis, Arctic FX Graphics, River Valley Power and Sports, Mud Duck Designs, Wildlife Kennels, and John Lance Construction. The 524 of Michael Rambo racing for Ryan Benjamin Real Estate, Doperalski State Farm, Donlinger Ford, WPS, and Fly Racing. Then we have the Aeroplax Corporation back, number 712 of Abram Schoen out of Elk River, Minnesota. And the 823 of Cooper Schoen, also sponsored by Aeroplax Corporation. For those watching the live stream right now, we have the crash from the 314 of McIvy in that last race going. Looks like he was up on that inside left-hand line, going through that rhythm section, tries to drop out to that right line, goes up and over the median, hits another rider there, and just goes up and over his bars. Takes that high side. Never something we want to see happen. But we want to make sure that our rider is all good over there. That left-hand corner and the Rock Speed Effects turn has definitely been a rough one for some of our riders this weekend. We've seen quite a few riders go down in that spot specifically. So we're checking on our downed rider, making sure everything is good to go before we get back to some green flag action here in just a few minutes. For that second drop of the 200 stock 4 to 8 class, we have the 23 of Liam Peterson, sponsored by Speedworks and N Squared Motorsports out of Lino Lakes, Minnesota. We have Noah Olson piloting the C. Olson Concrete number 200 from Buffalo, Minnesota. Carter Lang on the 216, brought to you by Fly Racing, Lang Construction, Derby Racing, 139 Designs, Shane Thompson Farms, Mike Botzett, Victory Fuel, Northern Crankshafts, Fowler Part Service, and Beaton Farms. We have the 409 of Hayes Carlson from Litchfield, Minnesota. The 517 of Noah Abraham, sponsored by FXR, CNA Pro Skis, Rock Speed Effects, Woodies, and Spy. We have the Renewable Training Center of North Iowa and Up Tower Industries back number 816 of Monty Speaker from Mason, Iowa. The 910 of Henrik Storley racing for the double wide Krups Resort, the Garage Door Doctor, and Stud Boy. And rounding out our pack, we have the 989 of Tyler Custodio. Custodio sponsored today by Custodio Home Group, Keller Williams Preferred Realty, Sledhead Racing, CNA Pro Skis, and Twin Cities Featherlight. Looks like we have our downed rider mostly situated there on the southwest corner of the Rock Speed Effects turn. We got him up and out. Hoping to hear good things about him, making sure everything is okay there. You know, as a quick reminder, we love having fun here at ERX Motor Park, but safety will always be our top priority. We want to make sure our riders are all good, so we will never put their safety ahead of the schedule or our other races. So we got to make sure he's all good. We'll get back to some green flag action here in just a second. Looks like our 200 stock 4 to 8 class starting line is all ready to go, all fired up, getting situated as they will be receiving the green flag in just about a few seconds here. We're going to get our racers back in action here for race number 8, 200 stock 4 to 8 class. Get them relined up here, make sure everyone's in their correct starting order before we go back to some green flag action here. Looks like we got the 102 of Breck May getting all turned around, making sure he is ready to go. We will be doing a dual drop for this 200 stock 4 to 8 class. 9 racers in this first drop. Green flag is a go. And we are back under green flag conditions here at ERX Motor Park. One rider leading the way out front in that first drop. Second drop getting the green flag right now. Looks to be the 517 of Noah Abraham with the early charge in that second drop. Out front alone on that first drop, it's the 524 of Rambo leading the way as we got a 3-rider battle for second, third, and fourth. The 102 of May, 85 of Knifel, 10R of Bitson, all in that 3-rider battle for second, third, and fourth. In that second drop, a little further back out front, we still have the 517 of Abraham leading the charge. Behind him, the 910 of Storley and the 989 of Custodio in second and third. Don't count out the 23 of Peterson, though. Peterson looks to the outside of Custodio, trying to make a move for the podium spot on that second drop. Out front alone, though, pulling away from the rest of the field. It's the 524 of Rambo setting the pace, getting the white flag. It's Rambo, the 102 of May, and the 85 of Knifel in third. Knifel still got company behind him from the 10R of Bitson. May was able to get out of that 3-rider battle, secure that second place spot overall, but that rider battle is still going on between third and fourth. In that second drop, Storley and Abraham getting side by side, coming up on that first drop there. Storley now up to the lead, muscles his way past the 517 of Abraham. Abraham back to second in that second drop. Storley now up to the sole lead position in the second drop. 23 of Peterson right behind in third. Out front alone, though, checkers are gonna fly for the Ryan Benjamin Real Estate, Doprowski State Farm, Donlinger Ford, WPS number 524 of Michael Rambo taking the win. 102 of May gonna finish second, and the 85 of Knifel will round out your top 3 in that first drop. Checkered flag is gonna fly for your second drop leader, the 910 of Storley. Race 9, ditch banger triples. We have the 84 of Alex Smith, 331 of Jason Helmbrecht, and the 521 of David Olson. Ditchbanger Twins, 068 of Peyton Smith, 716 of Jory Cordes, and the 731 of Jager Cordes. And in the Leaf Spring class, we have the 00 of Brett Simon, the 1 of Lane Peterson, 34 of Cole Gillis, 149 of Jack Mackey, and the 284 of Curtis Turner. Racers are good to go. One rider not seeing the light right away, gonna have a late drop for that single rider. Out front alone, though, we have a full pack of racers in this Ditchbanger Twins and Triples and Leaf Spring class. Out front leading the way, though, it's going to be the 331 of Helmbrecht leading the charge, 068 of Smith in second. And another rider just behind them leading what might be 5-sled battle for third on back. Right now, it's the 84 machine of Alex Smith in third, 284 of Turner right behind him, leading the charge in the Leaf Spring class. And a whole pack going on their back. We are single file, but from third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth are all pretty close together. Another lap in the books for the 331 of Helmbrecht and the 068 of Peyton Smith. Now, both of those top racers there, though they are first and second overall, they're racing their own individual classes. Smith in second currently, trying to make that pass on the outside. He's racing the Ditchbanger Twins class to the inside. Now going into second overall is going to be the 331 of Jason Helmbrecht, leading that triples class. Little bit of space back before we get back to the 84 of Alex Smith in third place overall, sitting in second in that triples class. White flag is out for Smith. One more lap to go for our race leader. It's Smith, Helmbrecht, Alex Smith, 1, 2, 3. A little bit of space before we get back to the 521 of David Olson, the 284 of Turner, who's leading the Leaf Spring class. Turner sitting in fifth place overall, leading that Leaf Spring class. 34 of Gillis right behind him, though. Gillis also in Leaf Spring, trying to take that win away from him. Checkered flag is flying, though. Olson Plumbing, Burmeister Auto, River Valley Repairs, number 068 of Peyton Smith taking the overall win. 331 of Helmbrecht going to finish second overall, winning the triples class. Then it'll be the 84 of Alex Smith in third overall. 284 of Turner going to finish fifth overall, getting the W in that Leaf Spring class. Race 10, our Thomas Snowsport 440 to 600 Invitational. 7 of Brian Schultz, 17X of Gary Rude, 22 of Tyler Barber, 26 of Zach O'Mara, 83 of Chris Spicer, 126 of Nick Ford, 213 of Isaac Pavic, and the 393 of Mitchell Fruth. Lights are green, and away we go in this Thomas Snowsport 440 to 600 Invitational class. Race number 10 out on the track now. Races 11, 12, and 13 should all be in the staging, and all of our classes should be making their way up to staging. O'Mara going to put a first lap in the books. 213 of Pavic and the 7 of Schultz hot on his tail. Don't count out the 393 of Fruth. Fruth trying to muscle his way up from fourth. Ducks to the inside of the 7 of Schultz. Not able to make the pass secure there, but through that Woody's traction rhythm section, able to get up to third solely. Fruth to the inside, setting his eyes on second, bumping and banging past the 213 of Pavic. Fruth now up to second place. Pavic back to third. Out front alone, though, with almost a full straightaway advantage, it's your current race leader, the 26 of Zach O'Mara. He took away all the wins in this class yesterday, looking to follow suit again today. It's O'Mara, Fruth, and now it's the 7 of Schultz up to third place overall. It'll be a fun battle to watch here if we're able to see it before it gets done. Zach O'Mara in the lead, took home the clean sweep in the Thomas Snowsport class yesterday. Mitchell Fruth in second place, did a second place sweep yesterday, getting second in all 3 races here for the Thomas Snowsport class. So they have definitely been battling back and forth. They've done some dual drops in other classes where they're always side by side. O'Mara thinks he sees the checkered flag, pulls off, not going to complete the clean sweep today. That gives Fruth exactly what he needed to move on up to the lead position. Fruth now up to the top spot. Schultz in 7th. In 2nd, O'Mara back to 4th. He was able to get onto the track without losing a ton of ground, but still all the way back to 4th now. Going to try all he can to get that podium spot at least for this heat race. Checkered flag is out. Crazy J's Bar and Grill, Engel Electric, number 393 of Fruth. Gonna take the win in the Thomas Snowsport class. Schultz finishing 2nd. O'Mara, a devastating 3rd place heat race finish after not seeing that white flag. Race 11, transition 8 to 10. We have the 5 of Easton Green, 67X of Chase Kenyon, 707 of Easton Norman, and the 708 of JC Carlson. All getting their green light. 4 sleds going into the hole shot. Taking that first right-hand corner looks to be the 67X of Chase Kenyon, leading the way early on. As a reminder, this is race 11 out on the track now. Race 12, junior 10 to 13 and junior 16 to 17. Race 13, ditch banger 2000 to 2009. And race 14, junior 14 to 17 and 600 open should all be in staging. Races 15 and 16 should be making their way on up. Out front, it's still Kenyon in the lead. Green in 2nd. 707 of Norman rounding out your top 3. Then a little bit of space before we get back to the 708 of JC Carlson rounding out your 4 sled field. Single file throughout the pack. Back onto the front straightaway. Another lap is going to go in the books for the 67X of Chase Kenyon. It's Kenyon, Green, Norman, Carlson, 1, 2, 3, 4, as it currently stands. 67X of Kenyon, though leading the charge, definitely doesn't have it easy. Right now, just about 4 sled lengths back. The 5 of Green trying to put some pressure on. Kenyon able to pull ahead through that Woody's Traction Rhythm section, but Green's definitely got him on the cornering. As we looked through that Power Lodge left-hand corner, Green was able to gain up quite a bit of ground. And even now, as we look over on the west end of the track, it's Kenyon and Green 1-2. Green slowly but surely trying to make his way up. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for Kenyon in the lead. Green in 2nd, Norman in 3rd. Even spacing between our top 3 riders, all with about 10 sled lengths between them, as it looks like the 67X of Chase Kenyon will live to breathe another day here in the lead. Kenyon was getting close to Green in the 2nd place spot, able to pull away during that last lap, and now he's got an open track ahead of him. Checkered flag is out. CNA Pro Skis, Rock Speed Effect Snow Studs, number 67X of Chase Kenyon gonna take the win. Green gonna finish 2nd, and it'll be the 707 of Norman rounding out your top 3. Race 12, we have 1 rider in the junior 16 to 17 class, the 155 of Brody Esselman. Junior 10 to 13, we have a few more riders. The 10 of Addison Schmeideker, 13X of Blake Van Dam, 68X of Arlen Kenyon, 68E of Evan Teisel, 314 of Bryson McIvy, 406 of Zoe Smith, 816 of Monty Speaker, and the 952 of Jackson Rath. Track is clear from our last race. Race 12 about to hit the road. Starter makes sure they're all good to go. Green light is down, and away we go. Junior 10 to 13 and 16 to 17 racing out there. Out front, leading the battle, 1 sled far ahead of the rest, doubling through that rhythm section. Putting on a show for us today, it is going to be the 155 of Brody Esselman, clearing absolutely every obstacle we have out there. 952 of Rath, sitting in 2nd overall, leading that 10 to 13 class, but he's got company hot on his tail. It's Rath 2, and a 3-wide battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. The 68X of Kenyon, the 13X of Van Dam, and the 68E of Teisel were all side by side through that X Racing left-hand corner. Out front, though, still doubling through that full rhythm section on the west end. Another lap in the books for the 155 of Esselman out of Big Lake, Minnesota. Now a full straightaway advantage over his second place rider, the 952 of Wrath, 68X of Kenyon, and the 13X of Van Dam. Teisel in fifth, 816 of Speaker in sixth overall. Then we got a little bit of space before we get back to our next rider. Rounding out the pack there looks to be the 10 of Addison Schmeideker. White flag is out for Esselman. One more lap to go for our race leader. The sole racer in that junior 16 to 17 class. Battle for third developing. Kenyon has it. Van Dam wants it. Kenyon looks to the inside. Van Dam on the outside. They're side by side through that X-Racing left-hand corner. Van Dam able to tuck down low. Side by side. They bump. They bang. Kenyon's still your third place position. Esselman gonna take the win for Healing Ann's Family Chiropractic, Demcon Companies, and Lugert Performance. In that 10 to 13 class, it's going to be Jackson Rath taking the win, second overall for UP Cycle and Sport. Who's third? Side by side, it'll be Van Dam taking that third place overall. Race 13, Ditchbanger 2000 to 2009. We have the 4Z of Alex Forsland, 18 of Cole Curtis, 25 of Jake Olson, 84 of Joshua Berg, 175 of Reed Zaborowski, the 716 of Jory Cordes, and the 988 of Sam Kitch. All taking the green flag there. Through the hole shot corner, back onto that west end rhythm section. One sled out front leading the charge, but we've got company to the inside. They're side by side for the race lead at the line. Slight advantage to the 175 of Zaborowski, but just like that, the 726 is able to muscle their way up to the lead. 726, our new race leader. That's Lucas Holicky on the 726. Now leading the way. Holicky up to the front spot. 175 of Zaborowski back to second, and we're single file there on back. Battle developing for third, fourth, and fifth as we have now a three-rider battle going on there. Nice little pass for third place. New podium position in the making. It's the 988 of Kitch in third, side by side for fourth and fifth. It's the 4Z of Forsland and the 18 of Curtis. Forsland with the slight advantage. Curtis looks to the inside, trying to make that pass. Not quite able to do it just yet. Right behind them, we have the 25 and the 84. That's Olson and Berg right behind them. Out front alone, though, full straightaway advantage. White flag is in the air for the 726 of Lucas Holicky, leading the charge here today. Might even see a battle developing for second and third. Zaborowski has it. Kitch wants it. And we now have our fourth place competitor of Forsland trying to take over that podium spot. He gets up into the rough stuff on that right-hand turn into the Woody's Traction Rhythm section. He's only got one lap left to go. Might be too far back now to put up a charge. Checkered flag is out, though, for Lucas Holicky. He's going to take the win today. For Happy Holstein Dairy, STB Diesel Truck Repair, and Engel Electric. Who's got second, though? It's side by side. Checkered flag is out. 988 of Kitch going to finish second. 175 of Zaborowski back to third. Race 14 up next. One racer in the junior 14 to 17 class, the 155 of Brody Esselman. In the 600 open class, we have three riders, the 1 of Lane Peterson, the 068 of Peyton Smith, and the 321 of David Olson. Race 14 about to hit the track. Race 15, Ditchbanger 1990 to 99. And our final heat race of the day, race 16, plus 30 Snowcross, WSAX 440 and WSAX Open should all be in the staging area right now. One of our sleds had some issues in that last race, the 18 of Curtis. He grabs his checkered flag, which means we are now all good to go for race 14 out on the track. Starter checks to make sure they're ready. Lights are green and away they go. 4 riders out there right now. Up front, it looked like it was the 068 of Peyton Smith leading the charge. Smith now back to third. Esselman now your sole leader, doubling through that rhythm section that we've been seeing him do all day. Esselman your leader in that junior 14 to 17 class. It's the 712 of Lane Peterson in second, Smith in third, which leaves the 321 of David Olson rounding out your 4-sled field. Esselman, Peterson, Smith, Olson 1, 2, 3, 4. Esselman out front alone in the junior 14 to 17 class. Lane Peterson currently sitting second overall, leading that 600 open 18 plus class. Smith over there in third. He sees Esselman doubling through that rhythm section. He says, you know what, I think I'm going to give it a try. Able to get his front skis over. Still not quite able to fully double that rhythm section, but it is giving him a chance to try to pull up on the 712 of Peterson. Peterson sitting second overall, leading that 600 open 18 plus class. We're now evenly spaced throughout the field, all with about 20 sled lengths, give or take, in between our first, second, third, and fourth place competitors. Peterson also now trying to follow suit, doubling through that rhythm section. White flag is out for Esselman. One more lap to go for our race leader. Peterson opts to take that high line on the outside of the Power Lodge left-hand quarter, along with the 68 of Smith following in suit. Olson rounding out your top 4, puts his white flag lap in the books. One more lap to go for our 4 racers out there in race number 14. And just like that, checkered flag is out in his sights. Healing Am's Family Chiropractic, Demcon Company's Luger Performance, 155 of Brody Esselman going to take the big W. It's the 712 of Lane Peterson taking second, winning the 600 open class for Plastids, and the 068 of Peyton Smith rounding out your top 3. Race 15, Ditchbanger 90 to 99. We got 2 drops. In the first drop, the 8 of Alex Peterson, 22 of Tyler Barber, 28 of Jackson Hale, 123 of Kobe Jellum, 259 of Tyler Olson, 395 of Gabe Heinemey, and the 725 of Peyton Helmbrecht all taking their green flag. In the second drop, the 22X of Shane Halverson, 28X of Mason Hale, 136 of Robert Allendike, 139 of Harley Dias, the 179 of Kyle Simonson, 235 of Spencer Rosar, 281 of Troy Hale, and the 719 of Alex S. Out front in that first drop, leading the track, it's the 259 of Tyler Olson, 725 of Helmbrecht in second, hot on his tail, and we've got our third place rider there also getting in the mix. It is a 3-sled battle for the lead. That's the 8 of Alex Peterson sitting in third place currently. Just behind him, it's the 123, the 22, the 28, and the 395. In that second drop, it's the 76 leading the charge. Just behind him, we got a 3-rider battle for second, third, and fourth, with a 4th rider trying to get up in the mix. 76 leading that second drop, 281 of Troy Hale in second. And out front, we have a new pass for the lead, the 725 of Peyton Helmbrecht, leading the way in that first drop. It's Helmbrecht, Olson, 1 and 2. Just behind them, Alex Peterson securing that third place spot overall. A little bit of space before we get back to 4th and 5th. It's the 123 and the 22 of Barber. Halverson leading that second charge. His sled says 76, but I see some tape on there with a 22X. So that's Halverson up front in the second drop. Side-by-side battle between Troy Hale and the 235 of Rosar in third. White flag is out. One more lap to go for our leaders as they come up on the back of the pack for our second gate drop. It's still the 725 of Helmbrecht leading the way. 2:59 of Olsen in second. And in third, we got the 8 of Peterson, all evenly spaced as it may stand the rest of the race. Halverson putting on his charge in that second drop, but it's a who's who for second and third in gate number 2. Checkered flag is out. The 725 of Peyton Helmbrecht going to take the win for J&J Sports and Justice Brothers. Olsen going to finish second. Peterson going to round out your top 3. For that second drop, though, back through the rhythm section, it's going to be Shane Halverson from Orr, Minnesota, taking the checkered flag for Voyager Log Homes. Just to his inside, the 235 of Roser going to finish second in that drop. And the 281 of Hale rounding out your top 3. Race 16, our final heat race of the day, plus 30 Snowcross. We have the 369 of Cody Lucas. WSAX 440 improved class, the 26 of O'Mara, 108 of Dannert, 393 of Fruth, 590 of Enroth, 726 of Holicky. And in the WSAX open class, we have the 62 of Woitala and the 731 of Cordis. Side-by-side battle for the lead through the rhythm section on the west end of the track. Your current overall race leader looks like it's going to be the 393 of Fruth leading the charge, O'Mara in second, and the 62 of Woitala in third. Holicky trying to get up into the mix there. Holicky ducking down to the inside of Woitala. Holicky almost bumping and banging over that median. Holicky now up to third. Woitala back to fourth. Little bit of space before we get back to the 108 of Dannert and the 590 of Enroth. Looks like we're missing quite a few riders from this race. Cordis not making the call. And Lucas not making the call. So we only have one lone competitor in the X Open class. It's that 62 of Woitala. O'Mara now up to the lead overall, able to pass by Fruth. O'Mara up to the first spot. Fruth back to second. Holicky in third. In fourth overall, it's the 62 of Woitala leading the charge in that WSAX Open class. He'll be taking a W no matter what. Then we got the 108 of Dannert and the 590 of Enroth rounding out your field. Single file spacing throughout all of our riders here. Closest battle we're seeing is for the top 2 spots. O'Mara leading the charge, Fruth about half a straightaway behind. White flag is out for O'Mara. One more lap to go for your race leader. Fruth puts his lap in the books. Holicky right behind him. It's O'Mara, Fruth, Holicky, Woitala, Dannert, Enroth, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, with one more lap to go in our heat races for the day. Checkered flag is flying. O'Mara Motorsports, Thomas Snowsports, number 26 is Zach O'Mara taking the W. 393 of Fruth going to finish second. Holicky rounding out your top 3. And it'll be the 62 of Brad Woitala taking the W in the WSAX Open class. That right there brings a close to our heat races for the day. Up next, we will have our first round of features going on here. We're going to take a quick intermission here for those of you in the grandstands. Make sure you get up, stretch a little bit. We do have a food truck out back, same group as last night. It'll be Kevin's Euros. They're selling some Greek Euros, Mediterranean salads, falafel tots. Make sure to check them out, give them some support, thank them for coming. For those of you live streaming today's events on mbtvsports.com, run to the bathroom, grab some food, a beverage, get all comfy on the couch, and we will be back momentarily with some more Sunday Funday races here at ERX Motor Park.
My name is John O'Connor. I'm a snowboarder for life and a business owner in Windham, New York. We run a restaurant and inn here. This is our backyard. Having a backyard park is really special because being able to snowboard at home and not have to get in the car, go to a resort, wait in a line, is your own creative space to do whatever you want, however you want. You're in your element. You're right at home, and it's a really good feeling when you can tune into the space around you with you and your friends and just make something special of it. The Tow Pro has helped my vision come to life with where I would like to take the backyard setup, and without it, it wouldn't be the same. It's the most easy to use, compact, portable, reliable rope tow that you can buy. It's the best thing that I own as far as what gives me happiness in life. Without it, it's not the same when you're hiking. To be able to keep riding and feel like you're snowboarding, that's what it's all about. And the Tow Pro has made that happen.
Freight is the backbone of the country, and as long as people need goods, they're going to need somebody to get it to them. My name is Matt Bohl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. We help companies ship easier for less. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're having trouble with damages, lost freight, claims of any sort, we can help you with our experience, solve the problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years. We know this industry. We can help all size business, big or small. We love them all, but we have a special spot for small business. Small businesses are pillars in the community. Low rates are critical for a small business because the margins are generally pretty small. They need to have competitive rates. They can't be getting gouged or they lose the sale. Freight is simple. People make it difficult. We work as consultants in the industry, so it doesn't matter what your problem is, we'll solve it. We educate the customers, we solve problems, and we lower their shipping rates. And that's what I've been doing for 20 plus years.
My two passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers that certified Angus beef. We know what our beef is continuously, and it's very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life, and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was going to be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to...
Welcome back to MBTV Sports. I'm your announcer, Zach Bailey, and I'm here today with Tom Rambo. Tom, we just wanted to ask you a few questions here. So, obviously, for those of you who don't know, you got quite a rich history with the sport. Just, tell us how you got into it, what some of your past looks like here.
Yeah, for sure. It started when I was about 13. We grew up snowmobiling. Other kids played sports, and we snowmobiled. We loved it. It's been in our blood. So 13, started racing, junior, 10, 13, got into Minnesota regional races, did some pro light stuff with hourly racing, and decided to pass the reins over to Michael now. So he's been doing a great job, and we're having a lot of fun out here at X Racing with Joe. Joe does a fantastic job for the kids, so it's been a lot of fun.
Definitely. So like you said, you got your son, Michael, here into the sport now. How has that transition been from, being the racer itself to more of the supporting side of it? What's that been like for you?
Well, I get to enjoy a lot more of the snacks than I used to as a racer, right? So it's been a lot of fun. It's been fun teaching Michael. He's a really good listener when I tell him about things on the track. And racing has always been about the people. People are great. You're just hanging out with your friends on Sunday Funday. It's a family, it really is. So it's fun to get to pass the torch down and still be here. I think, I started racing at 10. Man, I'm 37 now, so it's been a long time, and it's been a lot of fun. So
definitely. So, what's the future look like for you guys? Putting sole support into Michael? I think we might see you back up on a sled anytime soon, or what's that looking like?
Yeah, I would love to get out there and do it, but I feel like I've had my time, so I'm just going to dedicate everything to Michael and his future and what he wants to do. Plan is over the next couple of years to transition into full-time national schedule with him as we transition to the 600 sled too, and move forward with that. So looking forward to the future.
Awesome. So that being said, here, Michael, I'm going to chat with you for just a couple minutes. So you had just an amazing race yesterday. You swept both of the classes you were doing, 3 wins in all classes. Tell us about yesterday and how you're feeling today so far.
Good. I don't know.
Sounds good, sounds good. And this question, this will be for both of you.
Yeah,
so,
sure.
I mean, you know, we wouldn't be out here without all of the help that we have. Tell us about some of your guys' sponsors.
Oh man, I gotta give it up to my mom. She really kept me racing as I was a kid. So that's where definitely a lot of support from her, but also Grandma and Grandpa, you know, G&G on the sled here. They're the biggest supporters for sure. But then we got Ryan Benjamin with Ryan Benjamin Realty. Don Langer Ford is a huge part of our support as well. And then Doporowski State Farm Insurance Agency. Without them, we wouldn't be here. You know, this is a super expensive sport to do, and they make a huge world of difference for us. WPS Fly Racing, keeping us safe out there. You know, some of the best gear on the market, some of the safest, so that's a huge thing for us too. So definitely.
Awesome. And Michael, you know, anything you want to say, anyone you want to shout out quick before we head off?
My mom, my dad, my grandpa, grandma, my sister, WPS Fly Racing,
Don Langer Ford,
Don Linger Ford,
Ryan Benjamin Realty,
Ryan Benjamin, my grandpa,
say Doporowski State Farm.
Doporowski State Farm. That's it.
Perfect. Well, hey, Michael, thank you so much. Good luck out there the rest of your day.
Yeah,
Tom, thank you
guys.
so
Yeah,
much for
appreciate it.
stopping by. We love getting to chat with you
Awesome.
guys.
Thank you
Have a
so
good
much.
rest of your day, guys.
Yeah, you too. Appreciate it.
I was going to... Okay, we're back here with the 23 of Liam Peterson. Liam, you've been having a pretty solid day so far. I see you got a couple podiums, not only today, but yesterday. You know, tell us about how this weekend's been going for you so far.
Good. I just really want to thank my family and all the sponsors that I have for racing, and my cousin for letting me use his sled.
Definitely. So how long have you been racing snowmobiles for now?
For over 3 years, I think.
Awesome, awesome. What do you got planned for the rest of the season? You know, what classes are you racing now? Are you going to be in the same classes next year, or what's it looking like for the future of this sport for you?
In the future, I'm gonna bring my cousin 600 to practice on and see how I ride it. And then if I'm used to it, I may or may not do a few races on it.
We love to see it. So you touched on it already slightly, but before we head off, you know, any sponsors you want to thank? Anyone you want to give a quick shout out to?
Yeah, Speedworks, Hunter Hool Memorial Foundation, my family, my mom, my sister, my dad, my other sister, my uncle who sadly passed away, my uncle, my grandma, my nana, and everybody else that's here to support me.
Well, thank you so much, Liam, for chatting with us today. Good luck out there the rest of the day. Hope you're able to get a few more podiums. Okay, well, we are back. I'm Zach Bailey with MBTV Sports, chatting today with Mitchell Fruth, racing the Thomas Snowsport Invitational. You raced WSAX 600 yesterday, racing the 440 class today. So first off, let's start with yesterday's events. How are you feeling? You had quite a few second places, had some wins in the 600 class. Tell us about how yesterday went for you.
Yesterday went great. The snow conditions were absolutely perfect. Everything, temps were on fire. It was great, and it was just flawless. Machines were working perfect, and it was an amazing day. I can be not happier with my finishes.
Definitely. And as for today, you know, kind of hinted at it already, but we had that situation there at the end of the heat race, ended up getting to go into that first place position. You'd been second the whole race. Tell us about how that race went for you.
I actually didn't even know that I won the race. I come into the pits, everybody's cheering me on, and I'm like, I got second, and they're like, no, you won it. And it was just a great feeling, and me and Zach are very close friends, and it just makes it even better and a good laugh about it. So we'll see how the main's going. We'll go from here. So
awesome. And then speaking of, you know, for the mains today, we have 2 sets of finals going on. What are things looking like? How are you feeling going into those last 2 races of the day?
I'm feeling great about it. I'm just going to do what I've been doing all weekend and just stay smooth and confident in what I can do. And I might not pull the whole shot, but I love a little hunting action. So I'll just have to hunt my way through the pack, and I'll get the job done.
Perfect. And then, you know, last thing to chat about, we couldn't be out here without all of our support. So tell us about some of your sponsors, anyone you want to give a quick shout out to.
I want to give a shout out to Engel Electric, Crazy J's Bar and Grill, GM Well Drilling, B&B Built, and 213 Parts for getting me out here and keeping all my sleds running always. So thank you guys.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Mitchell. Good luck out there the rest of the day. Excited to see you racing later on.
All right, thank you.
Attention in the pit area, attention in the pit area. First call to staging for our first 3 races of the finals. Once again, first call to staging for our first 3 races of the finals. That'll be race number 1, 200 Open and Pro 206. Race number 2, 120 Stock. And race number 3, 120 Improved Stock and Snow Scoot Snowsport. Once again, first call to staging for our first 3 finals of the day. Attention in the pit area. Attention in the pit area. Second call to staging for our first 3 races of the day. Race number 1, Pro 206 and 200 Open. Race number 2, 120 Stock. And race number 3, 120 Improved Stock and Snow Scoot should all be in staging or making your way up to staging, as we will begin our first round of mains in just a few minutes. Attention in the pit area. Attention in the pit area. Final call to staging for our first 3 races of the day. Our first race, Pro 206 200 Open is getting lined up right now, so we will be back to racing here in just about 2 minutes. So races 1, 2, and 3, make your way up. If you're in races 4 or 5, also start making your way up here, as you will be needed in just a few moments. Good afternoon, Sunday Funday racers and viewers. My name is Zach Bailey, announcing here with MBTV Sports as we get into our first round of features for the day. Starting things off with our Pro 206 class and our 200 Open class. Starter checks the line. They're making sure everyone's good to go. In the Pro 206 class, we have heat race winner, the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer, the 88 of Chase Reinhofer, 517 of Noah Abraham, 25K of Nelson, 66 of Kingsley, and the 585 of Hool. In the 200 Open class, we have the 78 of Strazy, 200 of Noah Olson, 939 of Storley, and the 989 of Custodio. Green light is go for our first feature race of the morning, and just like we've seen all weekend, it's the Mohawk man, Caleb Reinhofer, leading the charge, getting the whole shot in that Pro 206 class. Is for our second gate drop, 200 Open. Starter checks the line. Green light is out, and away we go with this class. And it looks like it might be the 78 of Walter Strazy taking the whole shot in that class. Up front in the Pro 206, it's Caleb Reinhofer, the 25K of Cashton Nelson, and then a side-by-side battle for third and fourth. Currently, it's the 88 of Chase Reinhofer holding on to third, but at the 517 of Noah Abraham is moving his way up, trying to make that pass. In that second drop, it's the 78 of Walter Strazy leading the way, the 939 of Everett Storley in second, and the 989 of Custodio rounding out that top three. We got 5 racers in the Pro 206 class, 3 racers making the call in the 200 Open class. White flag is out, one more lap to go for heat race winner, the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer, Nelson in second, Abraham with the slight advantage in third this time by. It's Reinhofer, Nelson, Abraham, Reinhofer, Kingsley, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In that second group, getting the white flag now, it's the 78 of Strazy, Storley, and Custodio, 1, 2, 3. We're single file throughout most of the pack, but the battle is still raging on hot and hard for that third place podium position in the first gate drop. Abraham has it. Chase Reinhofer wants it. Checkered flag is out. Premier Riggs, Rough Cut Grill and Bars, number 21 of Caleb Reinhofer taking the W. It's Nelson taking second place, and it's going to be the 517 of Abraham taking the win, or taking the third place spot in that first drop. For the win in the second class, it'll end up being the 78 of Strazy, Storley in second, and Custodio rounding out your top 3 in that drop. For race number 2, 120 stock, we have 2 drops for this class. In the first drop, heat race winner, the 179 of Arias Simonson, the 205 of Clay Lang, and the 10 of Bentley Schultz, along with the 25B of Nelson, 25 of Van Dam, and the 100 of Johnson. In that second drop, we'll have the 5 of Noah Green, the 7 of Schultz, the 100X of Nelson, 122X of Erickson, 412 of Cardi, and the 555 of Mickelson. Starter is good to go. Checks the riders. Looks like we are turning our 120 stock class into 2 separate races. 100 of Cash Johnson slightly jumping the line. All good to go, though. And we are green flag racing out front, leading the charge. We have one racer, the 215, leading out front. Checkered flag is out for our 120 stock, class 1 of 2, and it's the 179 of Arya Simonson taking the W for Polaris Castle X Gear and KC Motorsports. 905 of Clay Lang finishing second, and it'll be the 10 of Bentley Schultz rounding out your top 3 yet again. For the second half of race number 2, 120 stock round 2, we have the 5 of Noah Green, the 7 of Peyton Schultz, 100X of August Nelson, 122X of Jack Erickson, 412 of Owen Cardy, and the 555 of Amelia Mickelson. Green light is out, and it's the 100X of Nelson that's leading the charge, taking the whole shot this time around in this second half of our 120 stock class. Nelson, early race leader, now back to second as we've got competition to the inside. Might be the 412 of Cardy now leading this race. Out front, white flag is out. One more lap to go for the 412 of Cardy in the lead. Nelson in second, 555 of Mickelson in third. Five of Noah Green in fourth as the 7 of Schultz puts another lap in the books. As it sits, it's currently Cardy, Nelson, Mickelson, Green, Schultz, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All evenly spaced throughout the field. Cardy able to make the pass by Nelson early on, now just pulling away from the rest of the field, wants to make sure he doesn't get caught up in anything going on behind him, sets his sights through that rhythm section. One last time, he'll be coming onto the front straightaway here. Left onto the front straightaway finish line. Checkered flag is in sights. Rick's Plumbing, Haven Homes, Storby Brothers, Underground Utilities. Give it up for your race winner, the 412 of Owen Cardy taking the W. It'll be Nelson finishing second, and the 555 of Mickelson rounding out your top 3. Race number 3 up next, 120 improved stock and our Snow Scoot Snow Sport class. We have in the Snow Scoot class your heat race winner, the 357 of Carson Krochek, the 75 of Addison Schmeideker, the 8 of Schmeideker, and the 3 of Nelson. In the 120 improved stock class, we have the 88 of Chase Reinhofer, the 215 of Clay Lang, and the 216 of Carter Lang. The 7 of Schultz gets their checkered flag, which means our track is clear and ready to go for race number 3. 120 improved stock and our Snow Scoot class. Starter checks the line. Green light is out, and we are racing. Battles all throughout the front. One rider reigning supreme as we've got side-by-side battles for second and third, fourth and fifth, and even sixth and seventh. 5 riders deep going in through the rhythm section. It's a who's who of our top 5 right now. But out front alone, there's one rider that's reigning supreme. It's currently the 357 of Carson Krochek leading the pack. 88 of Chase Reinhofer in second. Side by side for third and fourth. I believe that's Addison Schmeideker getting into the mix right now. 4 different riders competing for second, third, and fourth as we're almost 3 wide. It's the 3 and the 8 and the 75 fighting for third, fourth, and fifth. The 3 of Cashton Nelson, the 8 of Schmeideker, and the 75 of Schmeideker all running side by side. Out front alone, though, pulling away from the rest of the field, that 357 of Krochek coming up to the line, sees the white flag in his sights. One more lap to go for Krochek in the lead. Reinhofer on the 88 securing his spot in second overall as we're 3 wide for third, fourth, and fifth. Slight advantage to the 75. Then it's the 3 and 8 just behind. Addison Schmeideker holding on to third place overall. In fourth currently, trying to battle back for that position, looks to be the 3 of Cashton Nelson. Nelson in 4th. Leo Schmeideker in 5th overall. A little bit of space before we get back to the 216 of Carter Lang and the 215 of Clay Lang. Now that Addison's beat that battle for 3rd overall, she's setting her sights on the 88 of Chase Reinhofer. Checkered flag is in the air. DLO Excavating and Demolition out of Farmington. The 357 of Carson Krochik going to take your win. Who's it going to be? Chase Reinhofer for sure taking the W in the 120 improved stock class. Going to finish side by side for the overall. Don't quote me here, folks, but it looks like Reinhofer may have finished 3rd, with Schmeideker finishing 2nd overall. It's too close for me to call. That was race number 3. Race number 4 about to hit the track. Green light is out for our first set of 200 stock 9 to 12. Heat race winner, the 939 of Everett Storley, the 708 of JC Carlson, the 311R of Leah Pellet. We also have the 524 of Rambo in the mix here. It's Storley out front, Rambo in 2nd, Carson in 3rd, Pellet in 4th. 4 racers making the call for this first round of 200 stock 9 to 12, race number 4. Single file throughout the field. Race 4 out on the track now. Up next, we'll have the second half of race 4, 200 stock 9 to 12. Race 5, Junior Ditchbanger 13 to 17 and Junior Ditchbanger 10 to 13. Race 6, Junior Girls under 200cc. Race 7, Transition 8 to 12 combined should all be in the staging area. Races 8 and 9 should be making their way up now if they have not already. But back on the track right now, 200 stock 9 to 12, the first half of the group. White flag is out for the 939 of Everett Storley, our heat race winner, taking the lead so far, pulling away from the 524 of Rambo. Carson in 3rd, Pellet in 4th. Even spacing throughout our 4 riders out there. One last time through that rhythm section over on the west end of the track. Checkered flag is out. The double wide Krups Resort, the Garage Door Doctor Stud Boy taking the win with Everett Storley piloting that machine. It's going to be the 524 of Michael Rambo finishing 2nd. And for 3rd, it looks like it'll be the 708 of JC Carlson rounding out your top 3. That was the first half of our 200 stock 9 to 12 class. For the second half, we have the 5 of Easton Green, the 122 of Carson May, 314 of Bryson McIvy, and the 535 of Mason Doffing. 4 sleds making the call here today. Single file through that hole shot corner and into the rhythm section, but we're now side by side for the lead position. Might even get a 3rd sled up in that battle for the top spot. Across the line first, it'll be the 122 of May leading the way, but the 5 of Green and the 314 of McIvy are hot on their tails, side by side, bumping and banging. May up and over the bars, taking the hide side there. Tried to duck down, Green went high, May went up. May is back up standing under his own power, all good to go, getting back up on that sled. Now the battle up front, Green is now back into 2nd. The 314 of McIvy was able to capitalize on that little mix-up there we had in that left-hand power lodge corner. That gave McIvy just what he needed to shoot past the 5 of Green. Green had slightly taken advantage over that wreck, had held on to the lead for about half a turn, but now out front alone, white flag is out for the 314 of Bryson McIvy leading the way. It's the 5 of Green in 2nd, the 535 of Doffing in 3rd overall. May is back up under his own power, trying to get his sled refired there to finish this race. As of right now, though, we have 3 riders still going green. It's McIvy, Green, Doffing, 1, 2, 3. One last time, checkered flag is out. FXR Best Siding Company, 314 of Bryson McIvy taking the W. The 5 of Green gonna finish second, and it'll be the 535 of Doffing rounding out your top 3. For race 5, we have 2 classes here. In the junior ditch banger 13 to 17 class, your heat race winner, the 726 of Lucas Hollicky, the 521 of Julia Olson, 5 of Allendike, 76 of Hale, 861 of Piro, and the 942 of Strazy. In the junior ditch banger 10 to 13 class, we have the 00 of Bennett Morey, the 59 of Lyric Knight, and the 717 of Peyton Hollicky, rounding out your 3 sled field in the junior ditch banger 10 to 13 class. Starter checks them out, make sure they're good to go. Green lights are a go. Doing a single drop for both of these classes, and out front alone, like he's been doing all day long, it's the 726 of Lucas Hollicky leading the charge. Hollicky's in the lead. Right behind him, it looks to be the 521 of Olson, hot on his tail. At the line, it's Hollicky, Olson, the 8, the 87, in third, as Hollicky's up and over, our race leader, heat race winner, off his sled, trying to get it refired. That puts Olson in the top spot. Olson's in the lead. Knighton in third, the 76 of Hale running 4th overall, and the 861 of Piro in that top 5 position overall. Now, as a reminder, we do have 2 classes out there, so our leader right now, the 521 of Julia Olson, leading that ditch banger 13 to 17 class. But just as I say it, we have the 87 machine moving up, taking over that new lead spot. It's the 87, Olson, Knighton, and then the 76 of Hale in 4th. We have the 861 of Piro in 5th. Side-by-side battle for 6th and 7th between the 942 of Strazy and the 717 of Caden Hollicky. .726 of Lucas Hollicky back on his sled. The 87 machine out front, Olson in second, Knighton in third. Now Olson currently in second place overall, Knighton in third place overall. Knighton is actually leading that 10 to 13 class. Olson in the 13 to 17 class just ahead. And just like that, checkered flag is in the air for our race winner, the 87 machine taking the W. 521 of Olson gonna finish second. And the 59 of Knighton gonna round out your top 3 overall. Knighton taking the win in that 10 to 13 class. Race 6 junior girls under 200cc. Heat race winner was the 708 of JC Carlson. We have the 14 of Charlie Van Dam and the 311R of Leah Pellet. We also have the 15Z of Green, the 179 of Simonson in the mix there as well. Race 6 about to hit the track. Race 7, transition 8 to 12 combined. Race 8, 200 stock 4 to 8. And race 9, ditch banger triples, ditch banger twins, and leaf spring should all be in the staging area. Races 10 and 11 should be making their way up. Green light is a go for our junior girls class, race number 6. 1/3 of the way through our first set of features for the day. One rider going up and over on that inside line might be the 14 of Van Dam that went down. Out front leading the charge though, first lap in the books. For your heat race winner, the 708 of JC Carlson leading the way. 311R of Pellet in second, 179 of Simonson in third. It was the 14 of Van Dam that went down. Van Dam back up on their sled. She's back running through the rhythm section, but all the way back in 5th. Might not be able to take that second place finish that she did in the heat race, but still gonna set her sights on those leaders. It's Carlson, Pellet, Simonson, Green, Van Dam, 1, 2, 3, 4. White flag is out for Carlson. One more lap to go for our race leader. Carlson, Pellet, Simonson, your top three. Little bit of space before we get back to Van Dam, who was able to make the pass on green for 4th place. Van Dam puts their white flag lap in. One more lap to go. Through the rhythm section, making that left-hand corner onto the front stretch. Taking the win out of Litchfield, Minnesota. Give it up for your junior girls feature race winner, the 708 of JC Carlson. 311R of Pellet gonna finish second. Simonson gonna round out your top three. Race 7, transition 8 to 12 combined. We have heat race winner, the 68X of Arlen Kenyon, the 13X of Blake Van Dam, and the 68E of Evan Teisel. We also have the 5 of Green, the 67X of Kenyon, the 314 of McIvy, the 535 of Doffing, and the 973 of Strazy. 8 sleds in race number 7 of the day. Green putting her last lap in the books, grabbing the checkered flag from race number 6, junior girls. With the track clear, we're all set to go for race 7. Starter lets them know they're ready to go. Green flag is out and away we go. Transition 8 to 12 combined racing. There's 2 riders out front trying to pull away from the rest of the field as we've gone almost 4 wide through the rhythm section for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Out front alone, though, one leader reigns supreme, and it's going to be the 68X of Arlen Kenyon. 13X of Van Dam in 2nd, 67X of Kenyon in 3rd, but we've got 3 riders battling it out for 4th, 5th, and 6th. It's Kenyon, Van Dam, Kenyon, your top 3. In 4th, it's the 68E of Teisel, the 5 of Green, and the 314 of McIvy. McIvy back up after dumping it in the corner earlier today. Looking good out there right now. Currently holding on to 6th place overall. Out front, though, it's still the 68X of Arlen Kenyon leading the way. Van Dam hot on his tail. Van Dam wants to take that win away. Van Dam looks to the inside. Kenyon sets down. Nothing going on there. They go through separate sections of that split lane. Van Dam takes the inside, trying to get that line away. Isn't going to work out. Kenyon's still your race leader. Van Dam in 2nd. Chase Kenyon still holding on to 3rd place overall. Through the rhythm section, Van Dam taking that outside line, trying to get by. They're side by side coming onto the front straightaway. Inside, Kenyon, white flag is out. It's Kenyon and Van Dam, 1 and 2. Both riders taking that inside line. They cut high, they bump and bang. Kenyon still holds on to 1. Van Dam in 2nd. Kenyon in 3rd. Teisel in 4th. Green in 5th. Kenyon's definitely got Van Dam through that Woody's Traction rhythm section, but the 13X of Blake Van Dam is able to catch up on him everywhere else on the track. That was the white flag lap. Checkered flag is out. Van Dam doubles through the rhythm section. They're side by side, a drag race to the end. Who's it gonna be? Checkered flag is out for the 68X of Arlen Kenyon, taking the win for CNA Pro Skied Rocks Speed Effects. It'll be Van Dam finishing 2nd, and the 67X of Chase Kenyon rounding out your top 3. Race 8, we're going to split into 2 separate races. In this first race, we have the Heat race winner, the 524 of Michael Rambo, the 102 of Breck May, the 85 of Colton Neifel, 10R of Bitson, 106 of Cardi, 202 of Ford, 410 of Lance, 712 of Schoen, and the 823 of Schoen. 9 racers scheduled to make an appearance in this race. Green light is out, and it's a drag race to get the whole shot. 4 riders up front. One rider reigning supreme at the very front of the field, though. And it's the 102 of Breck May leading the charge this time by. Bitson in second, Rambo in third. Rambo looks to the outside of Bitson, trying to make a pass to get up to that second place spot. Don't count out the 85 of Neifel, though. Neifel in fourth, trying to make some moves to get up into that podium position. It's May, Bitson, Rambo. Bitson and Rambo get into each other. Rambo goes up and over. Rambo slid into the side of Bitson, went up and over that median, and just high-sided, couldn't control that sled. Rambo's down, trying to get things refired, but is up under his own power. As you can see on this instant replay, Rambo takes that inside line, sees Bitson on the outside, tries to cut down over that median, just gets stuck in those skis, goes up and over. Back good, though. White flag is out for May. One more lap to go for our race leader. Bitson holding on to sole position a second. Neifel now up to third. Now that's exactly what Neifel needed to be able to get that podium position. A little bit of space before we get back to the 106 of Cardi, the 823 of Cooper Schoen, and the 202 of Henry Ford right behind them. 712 and 410 in tow up next. But out front, it's still the 102 of May leading the charge. He finished second in the heat race. He's looking to take the win this time around. White flag is out, one more lap to go. One last time through that rhythm section over on the west end of the track. May has the advantage he needs. He's got one left turn to become a feature race winner. Checkered flag is out. Breck May going to take the win out of Aitken, Minnesota. He's got the W. 10R of Bitson going to finish second overall. And it's the 85 of Neifel who will round out your top 3 in this first half of our 200 stock 4 to 8 class. 200 stock 4 to 8. Class number 2, the second half of race 8 about to hit the road. We have a heat race winner, the 910 of Henrik Storley, the 23 of Peterson, the 200 of Olsen, 216 of Lang, 409 of Carlson, 517 of Abraham, 816 of Speaker, and the 989 of Custodio making the lineup. Starter makes sure they're good to go. Lights are out, and we are back to 200 stock 4 to 8 racing. One rider out front leading the charge for a pack of wild dogs right behind him. We got 4 or 5 riders going for second on back, 3 wide through the rhythm section, but out front alone, it's the 517 of Noah Abraham leading the pack through. 3-way battle between Storley, Custodio, and the 216 of Lang for second, third, and fourth. Peterson now getting in the mix. Peterson in 5th overall, trying to get into that and make it a 4-rider battle for 2nd through 5th. Don't count out, however, the 409 of Carlson, who's right behind all of this. It's now a 3-rider battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th as Storley is able to secure his 2nd place spot. Peterson now up to 3rd, able to get by Custodio. Up front, the battle now rages on for 1st and 2nd. Abraham has it. Storley wants it. Storley looks to the outside of Abraham through the rhythm section. They're almost side by side. Abraham 1 sled length ahead. Storley looks to that smooth outside. White flag is out. One more lap to go. It's Abraham, Storley, Peterson, Custodio, Lang, Carlson. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The battle is for the lead position. Both riders taking that same lane through the Woody's Traction split lane section. Abraham with the advantage. Storley right behind, hot on his tail. There's another battle raging for third and fourth. Peterson has it. Custodio wants it back. Peterson able to pull ahead slightly. Abraham goes wide. Tucks down low. Abraham still in the lead. Storley looks to the outside, looking to make a last lap dash for that lead. Checkered flag is in their sights. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Who's got it? Checkered flag is out for the 517 of Abraham, taking the win for FXR CNA Pro Skis. Storley going to finish second, and it'll be the 23 of Peterson rounding out your top three. Race number 9, we have 3 classes out there. Heat race winner, the 068 of Peyton Smith, the 716 of Cordis, and the 731 of Cordis in the twins class. In the triples class, we have the 331 of Jason Helmbrecht, the 84 of Alex Smith, and the 521 of Olson. And in the Leaf Spring class, we have the 284 of Curtis Turner, the 00 of Brett Simon, the 1 of Peterson, 34 of Giles, and the 149 of Mackey. Looking like we're all starting this race at one start. 731 of Jaeger Cordis leading the charge for all 3 classes. Right behind him, it's the 331 of Helmbrecht in second overall, currently leading the Ditchbanger triples class in front of the 521 of Olson in third overall, sitting second in that triples class. Behind them, just outside the top 3, it's a side-by-side battle. The 716 of Yori Cordis in fourth overall, the 84 of Alex Smith in fifth overall. A little bit of space before we get back to the 068 of Peyton Smith, who wrecked on that hole shot turn, able to get it restarted, but back at the back of the pack now. Peyton Smith was our heat race winner. Now he's running 6th overall, currently sitting 3rd in that Ditchbanger twins class. Out front still, it's the 731 of Jaeger Cordis. Side-by-side battle for 2nd and 3rd. Olson to the outside. Olson now up to 2nd. Helmbrecht back to 3rd overall. Olson is now leading that triples class with Helmbrecht right behind him in 2nd. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Jaeger Cordis out of Zimmerman, Minnesota, with more than a full straightaway advantage over the second place rider, the 521 of David Olson. It's Cordis leading with the overall and in the twins class. In the triples class, the 521 of Olson currently sitting 2nd overall on the track, leading that triples class ahead of Helmbrecht in 3rd overall, sitting 2nd in that triples class. We get back to the 716 of Jory Cordis, 4th overall, sitting 2nd in the twins class. But checkered flag is out. Hanko Utilities, Lindsey Keene State Farm Rally Gear. The 731 of Jaeger Cordis going to take the overall W. 521 of David Olson going to take the win in the triples class as the 331 of Helmbrecht rounds out our top 3 overall. Looks like we split the Leaf Spring class that time around, so Leaf Spring will be up next. The 284 of Curtis Turner was your heat race winner. 149 of Mackey, 34 of Gillis, 1 of Peterson, and the 00 of Brett Simon also making the pack. All 5 riders making the call out there. We've got a nice 3-rider battle for the lead, side-by-side action. Our inside rider goes from 3rd up to 2nd, tries to make a pass for the lead, not quite going anywhere just yet. First lap in the books. It's gonna go to the 00 of Brett Simon leading the way. 34 and 284 right behind him. That's Giles in 2nd. Turner in 3rd. Turner was your heat race winner, now sitting 3rd place in this class. We got the 1 of Peterson in 4th. Just behind him, the 149 of Mackey rounding out your 5 sled field. So it's Simon, Giles, Turner, Peterson, Mackey, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as it currently sits. But the battle is right up there at the front of the field as our top 3 riders are all bumping and banging, trying to get a piece of that action. Simon puts another lap in the books. 34 of Giles holding on strong to 2nd. 284 of Curtis Turner peeks down to the inside, trying to make a pass for 2nd. Not quite able to do it as he shifts high. Turner goes to the outside, still holding on to third. He goes up and over the median, barely holds on to his sled, but he keeps going. But that is going to defeat that battle for second and third. Turner now fully set back in third place, about 10 to 12 sled lengths behind the second place racer, 34 of Cole Gillis. White flag is out. One more lap to go for your race leader, the double O of Brett Simon leading the way. 34 of Gillis holding on to second. 284 of Turner rounding out your top three. A little bit of space before we get back to the 1 of Peterson and the 149 of Mackey. Race 9 is out on the track now. Race 10, Thomas Snowsport Invitational. Race 11, Transition 8 to 10, and Race 12, Junior 10 to 13, and Junior 16 to 17 should all be in staging. Races 13, 14, and 15 should be making your way up to staging if you're not there already. Checkered flag is in his sights. Climate Service is going to take the win today as the double O of Brett Simon wins the Leaf Spring class. 34 of Giles going to finish second, and Turner is going to round out your top three. Race 10, Thomas Snowsport 440 to 600 Invitational. Your heat race winner after a crazy mix-up. The 393 of Mitchell Fruth leading the way. The 7 of Brian Schultz finished second as the 26 of Zach O'Mara pulled off the track on the white flag, was still able to secure a podium spot. He's going to be trying to fight for that lead this time by. We also have the 17X of Rude, the 22 of Barber, the 83 of Spicer, the 126 of Ford, and the 213 of Pavic. We're getting our flaggers resituated on the track quick. Making sure everyone is good to go. Race 10, Thomas Snowsport 440 to 600 Invitational hitting the track. Starter checks them out, makes sure they're good to go. Green light is out, and we are Thomas Snowsport Invitational Racing. It's a side-by-side battle for the lead. The 7 of Brian Schultz in the mix there on the inside, but on the outside it looks like it's the 26 of O'Mara trying to make up for some lost causes during that last section. 213 of Pavic's going to lead the way. Fruth in second now. Schultz back to third. Schultz looking on that inside line. Schultz, your new race leader. Pavic back to second. Fruth in third. Pavic gets stuck on the median. Pavic back to third now. Fruth moves up to second. We're swapping all throughout the track here. Everyone's spot is not secure right now. We've seen about 4 battles for position going on right now. Everyone's bumping and banging, moving along. The battle up front, though, right now it's the 7 of Schultz. And just as I say it, the 393 of Fruth moves up to the lead. It's Fruth, Schultz, 26 of O'Mara now getting into the mix. O'Mara up to third, Pavic back to fourth. As Pavic gets a little lopsided, trying to move up. It's the 17X of Rude in fifth. Rude trying to take over that fourth place spot from Pavic. 126 of Ford and the 22 of Barber round out your field along with the 83 of Spicer. Out front alone, though, we've got a 3-sled battle for the lead. Fruth has it currently. O'Mara moves up to second, sets his sights on Fruth. White flag is out, 1 more lap to go for our leaders. Fruth takes the inside line, O'Mara to the outside, trying to take that smooth line around to get some speed on Fruth. Not going to work as Fruth secures that lead position once again. It's Fruth, O'Mara, Schultz, 1, 2, 3. Side-by-side battle for fourth and fifth. Pavic currently holds fourth. The 17X of Barber wants it. Barber able to make the pass. Barber now up to fourth. One last time through the rhythm section, taking that deep left-hand turn. He's sponsored by Crazy J's Bar and Grill, Engel Electric, Opats Metal, and Roll-Offs. Your race winner is going to be the 393 of Fruth taking the win. O'Mara going to finish second. Schultz going to round out your top 3. Race 11 up next, transition 8 to 10. Heat race winner was the 67X of Chase Kenyon. We have the 5 of Easton Green, the 707 of Easton Norman, and the 708 of JC Carlson rounding out your field. After that is race 12, junior 10 to 13, junior 16 to 17. Race 13, Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009. Race 14, junior 14 to 17 and 600 open should all be in the staging area. Races 15 and 16 should be making your way up there right now. Back to race 11 though, transition 8 to 10, 4 riders out on the track. Getting the whole shot and pulling away from the rest of the field. We have one leader out front leading a side-by-side battle for second and third. It's the 67X of Chase Kenyon leading the charge. Green in second, Norman in third. Norman trying to take over that second place spot as the 5 of Green is trying to look at that leader position. It's Kenyon, Green, Norman, Carlson, 1, 2, 3, 4. Green gets a good shot through that Woody's Traction Rhythm section, able to pull away from the 707 of Norman. Norman now holding on to third place solely. Green up to second. Out front, though, leading the charge, it's still the 67X of Chase Kenyon leading out of Barnesville, Minnesota. Another lap in the books for Kenyon. It's Kenyon, Green, Norman, Carlson, 1, 2, 3, 4. Even spacing through our top 3 riders, all about 4 sled lengths in between each other. White flag is in their sights. One more lap to go for the 67X of Chase Kenyon. Kenyon, Green, Norman still 1, 2, 3. Carlson following behind in fourth. And just like that, checkered flag is in sights for your race winner, CNA Pro Ski's Rock Speed Effect Snow Studs. Number 67X gonna take the win of Chase Kenyon. Green finishing second. Norman gonna round out your top 3. Race 12 up next. In the junior 16 to 17 class, we got one rider, your heat race winner, the 155 of Brody Esselman. In the junior 10 to 13 class, finished second overall, won the junior 10 to 13 heat race. It's the 952 of Jackson Rath. We also have the 13X of Blake Van Dam. Also in that 10 to 13 class, we have the 10 of Schmeideker, 68X of Kenyon, 68E of Teisel, and the 816 of Speaker. Green light is out, and away we go with junior 16 to 17 rider Brody Esselman leading the charge, just like we saw last time around. Brody Esselman, only racer out there in that 16 to 17 class, going to lead the way for everyone. Right behind him, currently sitting in second place overall, it'll be your rider leading the 10 to 13 class, and that would be the 68X of Arlen Kenyon in second place overall, leading that 10 to 13 class ahead of the 952 of Rath and the 13X of Van Dam. Van Dam's got company on the outside, though. It's the 314 of McIvy right behind him, as we have one sled up and over through that hole shot corner. All of our riders are good to go. They're having to get out of the way of our flagman there, but everyone gets by clean. Esselman clearing the front straightaway tabletop, puts another lap in the books. Battle is for second overall, the current race leader for the 10 to 13 class. Kenyon has it, Rath wants it, and Van Dam is trying to get any scraps he can between those top 2 racers. In the 10 to 13 class, it's Kenyon, Rath, Van Dam, 1, 2, 3. Little bit of space before we get back to the 314 of McIvy. Speaker and Schmeideker put another lap in the books as the white flag is out for the 155 of Brody Esselman, leading the charge as the lone racer in the 16 to 17 class. And Rath is able to get by Kenyon. Rath now up to second place overall, now leading that 10 to 13 class. For the 10 to 13 class, it's Rath on the 952 leading the charge. Van Dam able to get by on the outside. Van Dam up to second. Kenyon back to third. Checkered flag is out. Healing Am's Family Chiropractic, Demcon Companies, Luger Performance. 155 of Brody Esselman taking the W in the 16 to 17 class. For the 10 to 13 class, it's a side-by-side battle, but your race winner is going to be the 952 of Rath, taking that second place overall. The win in the 10 to 13 class. Van Dam finishing second. Kenyon finishing fourth. Race 13, Ditchbanger 2000 to 2009, about to hit the track now. Heat race winner was the 726 of Lucas Holicky. We had the 988 of Sam Kitch and the 175 of Reed Zabrowski. Race also saw the 4Z of Forsland, 18 of Curtis, 25 of Olsen, and the 84 of Berg. Starter is checking everyone out, making sure they're good to go. Lights are out and we are racing. Ditchbanger 2000 to 2009 class. Out front alone and pulling away from the rest of the field, it's the 175 of Reed Zabrowski. Currently holding on to the lead. Zabrowski leading the charge. Just behind him, we have the 988 of Kitch and the 18 of Curtis in third. Cordis in fourth on the 716. The 25 of Olsen rounding out your top five. Battle for the lead. Three-sled battle for third, fourth, and fifth. We got the 4Z of Forsland and the 84 of Berg just behind. Side-by-side battle for the lead. Zabrowski has it. Kitch wants it. Kitch to the outside as Curtis is able to sneak by to the inside of all of them. 18 of Curtis goes from third to first in one corner. Curtis, your new race leader. Kitch back to second. Zabrowski all the way back to third. A little bit of space before we get back to your fourth place rider, the 25 of Olsen and the 4Z of Forsland. It's now Curtis, Kitch, Zabrowski, Olsen, Forsland, your top five. White flag is out. One more lap to go for new race leader, the 18 of Cole Curtis. He didn't even make the podium during the heat race. He's about to try to take this feature race win, however. Back in third, we're looking to see a swap for that final podium position. 175 of Zabrowski on the outside. It's the 25 of Olsen on the inside. Olsen looks to get side by side. Zabrowski goes up and over that medium to cut off the 25 of Olsen. Olsen still holding on to fourth. Zabrowski in third still. Checkered flag is out and in his sights. First time feature race winner of the day, sponsored by Red Rock Trenchless. Give it up for the 18 of Cole Curtis taking the feature race win. 988 of Kitch gonna finish second, and it's the 175 of Zabrowski rounding out your top three. Race 14, we got two classes. Your sole leader in the junior 14 to 17 class is the 155 of Brody Esselman. In the 600 class, we have the 712 of Lane Peterson, the 068 of Peyton Smith, and the 321 of David Olsen. Four sleds out front. Smith gonna get the early drive, take that whole shot away. It's the 068 in first, Peterson in second. Right behind them, I think that's the 155 of Esselman in third overall. Smith, Peterson, Esselman, Olsen 1, 2, 3, 4. Esselman with a hard charge on the outside, now up to second place overall. Now a reminder with this one, the 155 of Brody Esselman, though he may be currently 3rd overall, he is leading that 14 to 17 class as the sole racer in that class. But as racers know, whether you're in the same class or not, a racer in front of you is a racer you want behind you. So Esselman's going to give it his all to, even though he's winning his own race, still try to get higher up on this overall finish. Out front, it's still Smith. Esselman with the hard charge, able to double through that rhythm section. That's definitely helping him on timing there. Peterson in second, still with the slight advantage, goes to the outside. Esselman looks to the inside, trying to make that pass viable. Side by side through the Power Lodge left-hand corner. Esselman now up to sole possession of the 2nd overall spot. Peterson fighting back to the inside, trying to make it work, now solely securing that 3rd place spot. Peterson, though, in 3rd place overall, currently still sitting 2nd in the 600 open class. Peterson goes high, Esselman ducks down low. We're now Smith, Esselman, Peterson, 1, 2, 3. White flag is out, one more lap to go for Smith on the 068. He was able to pull away from the rest of his competitors as they had that battle raging for 2nd and 3rd. Gave Smith just what he needed, the chance to pull further out ahead. Esselman sitting in 2nd, trying to reel him in, but might not be able to do so with only 1 lap left. 263.21 of David Olson, putting another lap in the books. This brings us to the last line. Checkered flag is out as we make one last left-hand corner for feature race winner. Olson Plumbing, Burmeister Auto, River Valley Repairs, number 068 of Peyton Smith taking the win. 155 of Brody Esselman finishing 2nd overall, taking the win in the junior 14 to 17 class. Then it's Peterson going to come in right behind him. Race 15 about to hit the track. Race 16 plus 30 WSA X classes should all be in staging for the first half of the Ditch Banger 90 to 99 class. It's going to be heat race winner, the 725 of Peyton Helmbrecht, the 259 of Tyler Olson, the 8 of Alex Peterson, 22 of Barber, 28 of Hale, 123 of Jellum, 395 of Heineme. First drop is good. Second drop about to hit. We had heat race winner, the 22X of Shane Halverson, the 235 of Spencer Roser, the 281 of Troy Hale, the 28X of Hale, 136 of Allendike, 139 of Dias, 179 of Simonson, 719 of Alex. First lap in the books, Olson, your race leader, 725 of Helmbrecht in second. One rider up and over on the start-finish line tabletop, tries to make sure he doesn't get ran over. He is good. It's the 395 of Heineme. He was in the lead, goes up and over. He's back at it. Heineme almost got ran over by a few people, but he is back up and running, now mixed in with that second drop. For the second drop, your current race leader looks to be the 281 of Troy Hale. It's the 22X of Shane Halverson, currently sitting in second for that group. White flag is out for the 725, new race leader Helmbrecht. It's Helmbrecht, Olson, and the 22 of Barber, 123. Peterson just outside in fourth. Then it's the 123 of Jellum. And just as I say that, one of our riders up and over. Believe that's Peterson who goes down. Troy Hale leading the charge in that second group. Then it's the 22X and the 76. That's Halverson in second. Checkered flag is out, though. The 725 of Peyton Helmbrecht taking the win for J&J Sports Justice Brothers. 259 of Olson going to finish second. In third place for that first drop, it'll be the 22 machine of Tyler Barber. For that second drop, it's the side-by-side battle. 281 of Troy Hale going to take that W. Then it'll be the 76 and the 22X. Final race of this second set of features, plus 30 Snowcross, WAX 440 and X Open. Heat race winner was the 26 of Zach O'Mara, the 393 of Mitchell Fruth, 726 of Lucas Hollicky, the 108 of Edward Dannert, and the 590 of Ron Enroth in that 440 class. In the 30-plus snow, or in the WSAX Open class, we had the 62 of Woitala. Portis going to lead the way. Fruth in second. Hollicky, Woitala, O'Mara are your top 5. Portis didn't make the heat race, but he's leading in this feature. Portis racing that WSAX Open class, taking the lead overall. Right behind him, our other competitor, 731 of Jager Cordes, putting another lap in the books. Currently sitting in second overall, it's the 393 of Mitchell Fruth, leading that 440 improved class. O'Mara up to second in 440. The 726 of Hollicky sitting fourth overall, now at third in the 440 improved class. We got the 108 of Dannert and the 62 of Woitala following behind, along with the 590 of Enroth. It's Cordes, Fruth, O'Mara, Hollicky, 1, 2, 3, 4 overall. White flag is out for Jager Cordes. Another lap in the books for your race leader. O'Mara now up to second overall. Right as I say it, he has some issues. O'Mara pulls off. His feature race has come to a close. That gives Fruth exactly what he needed to hold on to that lead in the 440 class. It's Cordes, Fruth, the 726 of Hollicky sitting second in that 440 class. Then it's going to be Woitala right behind them in second for the X Open class. Just like that, checkers are out for Hanko Utilities, Lindsey Keene State Farm. Number 731 of Cordes taking the win in the Open class. Mitchell Fruth going to take the W for 440 for Crazy J's Bar and Grill and Engel Electric. Hollicky going to finish second in the 440 class. Woitala going to finish second in the X Open class. That right there will bring a close to our first round of features for the day. We're going to take a quick intermission here, do some track prep for all of those here in the grandstands. Feel free to get up, stretch your legs, go grab some food from our food truck, run to the restroom. For all of those live streaming on MBTV Sports, we will be back live here in just a few moments for our final rounds of racing for the day.
My name is John O'Connor. I'm a snowboarder for life and a business owner in Windham, New York. We run a restaurant and inn here. This is our backyard. Having a backyard park is really special because being able to snowboard at home and not have to get in the car, go to a resort, wait in the line, is your own creative space to do whatever you want, however you want. You're in your element. You're right at home, and it's a really good feeling when you can tune into the space around you with you and your friends and just make something special of it. The Tow Pro has helped my vision come to life with where I would like to take the backyard setup, and without it, it wouldn't be the same. It's the most easy to use, compact, portable, reliable rope tow that you can buy. It's the best thing that I own as far as what gives me happiness in life. Without it, it's not the same when you're hiking. To be able to keep riding and feel like you're snowboarding, that's what it's all about. And the Tow Pro has made that happen.
Freight is the backbone of the country. And as long as people need goods, they're going to need somebody to get it to them. My name is Matt Bohl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. We help companies ship easier for less. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're having trouble with damages, lost freight, claims of any sort, we can help you with our experience, solve the problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years. We know this industry. We can help all size business, big or small, we love them all. But we have a special spot for small business. Small businesses are pillars in the community. Low rates are critical for a small business because the margins are generally pretty small. They need to have competitive rates. They can't be getting gouged or they lose the sale. Freight is simple. People make it difficult. We work as consultants in the industry, so it doesn't matter what your problem is, we'll solve it. We educate the customers, we solve problems, and we lower their shipping rates. And that's what I've been doing for 20 plus years.
My two passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers that certified Angus beef. We know what our beef is continuously and it's very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was going to be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
QualityFreightRate.com.
the LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
Attention in the pit area, attention in the pit area. First call to staging for our first 3 races of our final set of features for the day. So race number 1, Pro 206 and 200 Open. Race number 2, 120 Stock. And race number 3, 120 Improved Stock and our Snow Scoot class should all be making their way up to staging now, as we are hoping to go green flag racing in just about 5 minutes. Attention in the pit area. Attention in the pit area. Second call to staging for our first 3 races of our final set of main events here. So race number 1, Pro 206 and 200 Open. Race number 2, 120 stock. And race number 3, 120 improved stock and snow scoot classes should all be in the staging area now, making their way up. Race number 1 is getting all ready to line up on the track. So we will be back to green flag action in just about 3 minutes. Attention in the pit area. Final call to staging for our first 3 races of our second round of main events. We will be green flag action here in just a few seconds. Race number 1, Pro 206 and 200 Open, about to hit the track. Race number 2, 120 stock. Race number 3, 120 improved stock and snow scoot. And race number 4, 200 stock 9 to 12, should all be in the staging area right now. Races 5 and 6 should be making their way up to the staging area. And we have been requested one quick reminder to all of our parents out there right now. We totally understand how scary it can be to see a family member go down, but we do want to send a quick reminder out there that we do not want parents on the track. Due to safety, we need to make sure that it's just track officials out there. We are green flag action now for race number 1 of our second round of finals, Pro 206. Double race winner, the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer, looking to make the sweep. 25K of cash to Nelson, 88 of Chase Reinhofer, 517 of Noah Abraham. And out front early, it's the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer looking for the clean sweep, doing what he's done all day. Reinhofer, Abraham, Reinhofer, 1, 2, 3. Nelson just outside in 4th. In that second drop, it is the 78 of Walter Strazy leading the way, 939 of Storley, 989 of Custodio in 3rd. Abraham getting stalled in that left-hand X Racing corner, fired up, but back at the back of the field, which leaves up front in our first drop. White flag is out, 1 more lap to go for our top 3 riders. It is the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer, the 88 of Chase Reinhofer, and the 25K of Cashton Nelson leading the way. 66 of Kingsley right behind them in 4th. For that second drop in the 200 Open class, leading the way, we have the 78 of Walter Strazy winning that race right now, the 939 of Everett Storley in 2nd, and the 989 of Custodio in 3rd place for the 200 Open class. So we have 2 separate classes out there. Pro 206 were the first drop. 200 Open is the second drop. Reinhofer giving the wave to his brother, able to make the pass. Checkered flag is out, and it's going to be the 88 of Chase Reinhofer taking the win for Premier Rigs Renegade Truck Equipment. 21 of Caleb Reinhofer letting his brother go by, finishing second. 25K of Cashton Nelson going to round out your top three. Race number 2 about to hit the track. We're splitting them up into 2 different races. First half is going to be 120 stock. We have the 179 of Aria Simonson looking to make the clean sweep on the day. The 905 of Clay Lang, the 10 of Bentley Schultz. Then we have the 25B of Nelson, 25 of Van Dam, and the 100 of Johnson all making the call. 6 racers out there for the first half of our 120 stock class. And with the whole shot, it looks like it might be the 10 of Bentley Schultz leading the way through that first turn, but he's got company hot on his tails. One rider going down, another going directly into his back. Got 2 riders down right there. Track workers are on the track making sure everyone is good to go and up and at 'em. One of our riders already standing, making sure everyone's good. Up front here, early race leader, white flag is out for the 10 of Bentley Schultz. Gonna lead the way with 1 lap to go. The 25 of Van Dam right behind them, and the 100 of Johnson sitting in third. 25B of Bowden Nelson rounding out your 4 sled field. $179 of Simonson was looking for that clean sweep. One of the sleds caught up in the action there on that left-hand hairpin turn. Simonson back up and racing, but all the way back in 5th place now. 905 of Clay Lang, one of our other heat race leaders and feature race leaders, pushed back as well. So out front alone, checkered flag is in sight. He finished 3rd during the heat and the first feature, but Schultz Synthetics is going to take the win for race number 2. Bentley Schultz taking the checkered flag on the 10 machine. 2nd place is going to go to the 25 of Oliver Van Dam, and the 100 of Cash Johnson is going to round out your top 3. For race number 2, getting ready to go, we have your race winner from earlier, the 412 of Owen Carty, the 100X of August Nelson, and the 555 of Amelia Mickelson. We also see the 7 of Schultz and the 5 of Green getting in on the mix there. 5 sleds about to take the second half of 120 stock for race number 2. Simonson puts in her checkered flag lap. Lang making their way around. Checkered flag is out for Lang, finishing up their race. Always love to see those kids back up on the sleds. Race number 2. Starter checks him out. Green flag is out and away we go. Leading into that hole shot right-hand corner, it's going to be the 412 of Owen Carty leading the pack. I believe that might be the 100X of August Nelson holding on to 2nd place just behind our leader. Then we got a nice 2-sled battle for 3rd and 4th between the 555 of Mickelson and the 5 of Green. Battle for the lead developing. Carty has it. Nelson wants it. They're coming up onto the front straightaway. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for our racers. It's Carty, Nelson, Mickelson, Green, Schultz, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Single file throughout the pack. Carty leading the way. Nelson hot on his tail in 2nd, just about 3 sled lengths behind. Another 5 sled lengths back to the 555 of Mickelson, currently in their same running order that we saw for the previous feature race here. Through the rhythm section. It's Carty, Nelson, Mickelson. One last time onto that start stretch finish line. Checkered flag is out. Rick's Plumbing, Haven Homes, Storby Brothers, Underground Utilities, 412 of Carty taking the win. Nelson gonna finish second, and it's the 555 of Mickelson rounding out your top three. Race 3 up next. We have two separate classes in the Snow Scoot Snowsport class. Previous race winner, the 357 of Carson Krochek, the 75 of Addison Schmeideker, the 8 of Leo Schmeideker, and the 3 of Cashton Nelson. In the 120 improved stock class, he won the last feature and the heat race before that. It's the 88 of Chase Reinhofer out of Malacca, Minnesota, along with the 215 of Clay Lang and the 216 of Carter Lang. So we have 7 racers, 2 separate classes for race number 3 of our second set of features. Starter checks the line, makes sure they're all set and ready to go. Green light is out, and we are racing. Leading the way out front, we already have one sled up and over. Looks like that's the 88 of 120 improved stock racer, Chase Reinhofer, who had taken the win earlier on in the 120 improved stock class, now going to be at the back of the field as he gets back on his sled. Out front alone, though, it's the 357 of Carson Krochek with the lead, the 3 of Nelson in second, the 8 of Leo Schmeideker rounding out your top 3. Just outside, we have the 75 of Addison Schmeideker, the 216 of Carter Lang, the 215 of Clay Lang behind them. It's Krochek, Nelson, Schmeideker, as we have Addison Schmeideker now dumping it in the Woody's Traction Rhythm section. 216, of Carter Lang, currently sitting 4th overall, leading the 120 improved stock class. White flag is out, one more lap to go for Carson Krochek, leading the way in the snow scoot class. Nelson in second, the 8 of Leo Schmeideker rounding out your top 3. Then it's a little bit of space before we get back to the 216 of Carter Lang, leading that 120 improved stock class. For the Snow Scoot Snowsport class, it currently runs the 357 of Krochek, the 3 of Nelson, the 8 of Schmeideker, and the 75 of Addison Schmeideker. In the 120 improved stock class, we have the 216 of Carter Lang, the 215 of Clay Lang, and the 88 of Chase Reinhofer. Reinhofer able to make the pass on Clay Lang. Reinhofer now up to second in the 120 improved stock class. Addison Schmeideker back up on her sled, all good to go. And checkered flag is out. DLO Excavating and Demolition. Carson Krochek taking the win on the 357 in the snow scoot class. It'll be the 3 of Cashton Nelson finishing second, and the 8 of Leo Schmeideker rounding out your top 3 in the snow scoot class. In the 120 improved stock class, it'll be the 216 of Carter Lang taking the win for Fly Racing, Lang Construction, Derby Racing, 139 Designs, Shane Thompson Farms, Fowler Parts Service. 75 of Addison Schmeideker puts in her 4th place finish in the snow scoot class, with the 88 of Chase Reinhofer finishing second in 120 improved stock. Up next, we have race 4, splitting it into 2 separate races. In the first one, 200 stock 9 to 12. Looking for the clean sweep, it's the 939 of Everett Storley, the 708 of J.C. Carlson, the 524 of Michael Rambo, 311R of Leah Pellet. 4 racers taking the green flag. Drag race into that first turn. One rider up and over, it's the 708 of J.C. Carlson getting off her sled. Carlson back up and running, trying to get re-hooked up. Out front alone, though, took the whole shot, leading the race as we go. It's the 939 of Everett Storley leading the charge in this first half of the race. Michael Rambo in second, Pellet in third, Carlson sitting back in 4th. Carlson puts in her first lap in the books. evenly spaced throughout the field. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Everett Storley, piloting that 939 machine. Right behind him, the 524 of Michael Rambo puts in his white flag lap, along with the 311R of Leah Pellet. Pellet, sponsored by Duke Boys Cast Iron Bar and Grill and Stokes Meat Market, taking that third step on the podium in this first half of the 200 stock 9 to 12 class. Carson putting her next lap in the books as well. And just like that, one last time through that rhythm section over on the west end of the track, taking that big left-hand corner through the rock speed effects, left hand onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag is flying. Everett Storley going to take the win for the double-wide Krups Resort, the Garage Door Doctor, and Stud Boy, making that clean sweep. The 524 Michael Rambo taking second for Ryan Benjamin Real Estate, Dopperalski State Farm, and WPS. And it'll be the 311R of Leah Pellet rounding out your top three. Race number 2 about to take the green. We have your race winner, the 314 of Bryson McIvory out of Oak Grove, Minnesota. The 5 of Easton Green. The 535 of Mason Doffing. Along with the 122 of Carson May. Green lights are out and away we go. 4 riders going into that hole shot right-hand corner. But out front alone, it's the 314 of Bryson McIvy leading the pack. McIvy leads the charge onto that front straightaway. Side-by-side battle for second and third. Slight advantage to the 5 of Green. 122 of May in third, and the 535 of Doffing sitting right behind in fourth. It's McIvy, Green, May, Doffing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Green tries to take that outside line through the Woody's Traction rhythm section. Tries to get up beside the 314 of McIvy. Not quite able to do it there, but is able to gain a little bit of ground on McIvy. Through that rhythm section, both riders taking that outside far right line. White flag is out. One more lap to go for our racers. At the line, it's McIvy, Green, and now we got a nice little battle developing for third and fourth. May sitting on that final step of the podium. 535 of Mason Doffin looking on his tail, trying to get up to that third place spot. May gets rough. Doffing goes sideways up and over his bars. Doffing hits the side there, goes over the edge. He's back up and running, but now out of that battle for third and fourth. And that right there, folks, might secure all 4 of our spaces. One last left-hand turn onto the front straightaway finish line. 314 of FXR Best Siding Company is going to take it. Bryson McIvy with the win. The 5 of Easton Green finishing second, and the 122 of Carson May rounding out your top 3. Race 5 up next, Junior Ditchbanger 13 to 17 and 10 to 13. Race 6, Junior Girls. Race 7, Transition 8 to 12 combined, and Race 8, 200 stock 4 to 8 should all be in the staging area. Races 9 and 10, make your way up to staging. In the Ditchbanger 10 to 13 class, we have the 87, the 00 of Maury, the 59 of Knighton, and the 717 of Holicky. In the 13 to 17 class, we have the 726 of Holicky. One rider already up and over looks to be the 942 of Bailey Strazy. And one other rider, out front leading the charge, the 521 of Julia Olson, side by side with the 726 of Lucas Holicky. Just as I say it, Olson goes up and over through that left-hand X Racing corner, leaving Holicky to be the lone leader out front. Flagman in the middle of the race area, racers trying to divert him to the left and right. Holicky still your race leader. The 726 of Holicky putting another lap in the books. Right behind him, it's the 87 and the 76 of Madeline Hale in third. Olsen now up to fourth after her little wreck there on the inside. Red flag is out due to that wreck on the right-hand hole shot corner. We're going to make sure that we don't have anyone bumping and banging there. So we are going to send this race back to the infield, get them restarted. With that red flag out on the track, we are going to do a staggered single file restart for these racers. So we're going to get them all set up in their correct restart order before we go back to some green flag action in the meantime. Well, we have a second. Just a quick reminder. Today was round number 8 of our 2025 Sunday Funday series. We'll be back for round number 9 on Sunday, March 2nd at Rock Falls Raceway over in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Taking a hop across the river for rounds 9, 10, and 11. Rounds 10 and 11 the following weekend, March 8th and 9th, will be at Silver Mine Ski Jump in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. And then we'll be back here March 15th and 16th for our final 2 races at ERX Motor Park for the 2025 Sunday Funday Series. We'd be remiss not to be able to take a quick moment to thank some of our sponsors. We got the Hunter Hool Memorial Foundation, Aeroplax Corporation, CNA.
Run a restaurant and inn here. This is our backyard. Having a backyard park is really special because being able to snowboard at home and not have to get in the car, go to a resort, wait in the line is your own creative space to do whatever you want, however you want. You're in your element. You're right at home, and it's a really good feeling when you can tune into the space around you with you and your friends and just make something special of it. The Tow Pro has helped my vision come to life with where I would like to take the backyard setup, and without it, it wouldn't be the same. It's the most easy to use, compact, portable, reliable rope tow that you can buy. It's the best thing that I own as far as what gives me happiness in life. Without it, it's not the same when you're hiking. To be able to keep riding and feel like you're snowboarding, that's what it's all about. And the Tow Pro has made that happen.
Freight is the backbone of the country. And as long as people need goods, they're going to need somebody to get it to them. My name is Matt Bohl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. We help companies ship easier for less. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're having trouble with damages, lost freight, claims of any sort, we can help you with our experience, solve the problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years. We know this industry. We can help all size business, big or small. We love them all. But we have a special spot for small business. Small businesses are pillars in the community. Low rates are critical for a small business because the margins are generally pretty small. They need to have competitive rates. They can't be getting gouged or they lose the sale. Freight is simple. People make it difficult. We work as consultants in the industry, so it doesn't matter what your problem is, we'll solve it. We educate the customers, we solve problems, and we lower their shipping rates. And that's what I've been doing for 28 plus years.
Welcome back, race fans. As we've gotten everything situated there on that right-hand hole shot corner, we are about to get back to some green flag action here momentarily. We're currently sitting in race number 5, Junior Ditchbanger 13-17 and Junior Ditchbanger 10-13. Had that red flag, doing a quick start back over where we are doing a single file staggered restart. So it will be a green-white checkered situation here for race number 5. 2 classes out on the track right now. Getting things restarted here for that green-white checkered situation. Race number 5 about to hit the track. Junior Ditchbanger 10-13 and 13-17. Up next, we'll have Junior Girls, race 6. Race 7, transition 8-12 combined. And race 8, 200 stock 4-8 should all be in there in the staging area. Races 9 and 10 should be making their way up to staging. Checking our racers, making sure they're good to go. Green light is out, and we're back to racing with Lucas Holicky leading the pack into that first right-hand corner. Holicky out in the lead for that Junior Ditchbanger 13-17 class. Going to make that hairpin left-hand turn through the CNA Pro Skis corner, but Holicky might have company coming up hot on his tail right behind him. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Lucas Holicky in the lead. It's the 87 in second and the 521 of Julia Olson in third. Olson making some moves to the inside, trying to take over that second place spot overall. Olson now up to sole possession of the second place spot, 87 back to third, and it's the 59 just behind them. Nice side-by-side battle still raging for second and third between Olson and the 87. Olson has second, 87 wants it back. Checkered flag is out in the meantime. Taking the W for Le Sueur, Minnesota, Crazy J's Bar and Grill. It's the 726 of Lucas Holicky. Olson gonna finish second. 87 going off the track. His days come to a close, and it'll be the 59 of Lyric Knighton finishing third overall, taking the win in the 10-13 class. Up next, we have Junior Girls under 200cc, race number 6, looking to complete the clean sweep. It's the 708 of JC Carlson. We have the 311R of Leah Pellet, the 179 of Emmy Simonson, the 14 of Charlie Van Dam, and the 15Z of Zella Green. 87's still back up and running. Gonna take his final lap around the track before we get back to race number 6. Track is clear. Green light is out for Junior Girls. And it's the 708 of JC Carlson leading the way. Just to the inside, we have the 14 of Charlie Van Dam. They're side by side through that hole shot right-hand corner. The left-hand hairpin CNA Pro Skis turn. And now solely in the lead, it's the 708 of Carlson. It's Carlson, the 14 of Van Dam, the 311R of Pellet, And the 179 of Simonson now making a charge. Simonson up to third, Pellet back to third. They're side by side through that left-hand Power Lodge left-hand corner. 15Z of Green putting another lap in the books. Out front, it's Carlson, Van Dam, Simonson, Pellet, 1, 2, 3, 4. Immersive Aerial Media's Action Cam drone following right behind that battle for third and fourth. Getting some action to stream live on mbtvsports.com. One last final reminder to send that link over to your friends and family who weren't able to make it so they can see at least 10 races of pure snow-fueled racing action. White flag is out for the 708 of Carlson, now half a straightaway ahead of the 14 of Van Dam. Side-by-side battle still raging hard for third and fourth. Simonson has it. Pellet wants it. One lap to go to decide who that final podium position is going to. White flag is out for the 15Z of Green. Green putting their white flag lap in the books. And one last time onto the front straightaway, taking home the clean sweep out of Litchfield, Minnesota. The 708 of JC Carlson is going to be your race winner. The 14 of Charlie Van Dam taking second for Russell Creek Sawmill and Daling Construction. And that battle for third is going to finish for 179 of Emmy Simonson, rounding out your podium. Race number 7 up next. Looking for the clean sweep in this class, it's the 68X of Arlen Kenyon, the 67X of Chase Kenyon, the 68E of Evan Teisel, the 13X of Blake Van Dam. Then we also have the 5 of Green, the 314 of McIvy, the 535 of Doffing, and the 973 of Strazy. 7 racers in race number 7, our transition 8 to 12 combined class. Up next, race 8, 200 stock 4 to 8. Race 9, ditch banger triples, ditch banger twins, and leaf spring. And race number 10, our Thomas Snowsport 440 to 600 invitational should all be in the staging area. Races 11 and 12 should be making your way up if you're not there already. Green putting her checkered flag into the books. Track is now clear to go for race 7. Lights are out and we are racing. Leading the pack into that first turn, taking that hard right-hand hole shot corner. It's going to be the 68X, I believe, of Arlen Kenyon leading the pack through that West End rhythm section. Kenyon in the lead. The 67X of Chase Kenyon in second. The 973 of Strazy rounding out your top 3, but Strazy's got company. It's the 68E of Teisel on the outside. The 13X of Van Dam right behind. Van Dam and Teisel almost get side by side. No touch in there, though, as Van Dam moves up into that third place spot. It's now Arlen Kenyon in first, Chase Kenyon in second, Blake Van Dam in third. Van Dam's finished second in all other races in this class today. He's trying to make it a three-peat and get past the 68 or 67X of Chase Kenyon. Another lap in the books for the 68X of Arlen Kenyon. Chase Kenyon in second, Van Dam in third. Kenyon cuts down, Van Dam tried to squeak down below, nothing going there. It's still Kenyon, Van Dam. Outside in fourth, it's the 973 of Wyatt Strazy. And then a side-by-side battle for fifth and sixth between the 68E of Evan Teisel and the 5 of Easton Green. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 68X of Arlen Kenyon out of Barnesville, Minnesota. Arlen putting another lap in the books. Side-by-side battle for second. Might see a pass. Kenyon cuts down low. Van Dam isn't able to power through it. It's still Kenyon and Van Dam 2 and 3. The 67X versus the 13X. Van Dam Gets a little bunched up, moves far back from that battle for second. Checkered flag is out, waving proudly, and it's for CNA Pro Skis Rock Speed Effect Snow Studs number 68X of Arlen Kenyon taking the win. It'll be Chase Kenyon finishing second on the 67X, and the 13X of Blake Van Dam rounding out your top three. Race number 8, we're going to split into 2 separate classes. First gate drop is green, 102 of Breck May, 85 of Colton Neifel, 10R of Ryder Bitson, 524 of Michael Rambo, 106 of Cardi, 202 of Ford, 410 of Lance, 712 of Schoen, and an 823 of Schoen. 9 racers on the track right now, one of them leading the way. Out front alone, putting the first lap in the books. It's the 102 of Breck May, looking to do what he did last time around, take another feature win. As Rambo stalls it going up the start stretch finish line, the 202 of Ford into his back end. Rambo stalled. 202 had nowhere to go except right into him. Out front, it's still the 102 of May, the 10R of Bitson, and the 85 of Neifel. Little bit of space before we get back to our 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th place competitors. As our front riders are coming up on the front straightaway, they're going to see the yellow flag waving for our 2 riders stuck on the front stretch. They're going to divert over to the right-hand side so they don't run into their backs. May's still in the lead. Bitson looks to the outside. Neifel in third solely. Neifel takes that inside line. Bitson on the outside. We have a 3-rider battle for the lead. Out front alone, it's May. Bitson in second. Neifel in third. 202 of Ford able to get restarted back up. Rambo still trying to do the same on the front stretch. 712 of Schoen in fourth. 106 of Cardi in fifth. Right behind him a battle between the 410 of Lance and the 712 of Schoen, or in the 823 of Schoen. Checkered flag is out though for our top 3 riders. Taking the W, it's going to be the 102 of Breck May with the win. 10R of Bitson finishing second. 85 of Neifel rounding out your top 3. Race 9 up next. We have 3 classes. In the Ditchbanger Twins class, the 731 of Jager Cordes, the 716 of Jory Cordes, and the 068 of Peyton Smith. In the Ditchbanger Triples class, we have the 331 of Jason Helmbrecht, the 521 of David Olson, and the 84 of Alex Smith. But before we get to that, 200 stock 4 to 8, round number 2 is going to hit the track. Round number 2, we have the 910 of Henrik Storley, 517 of Noah Abraham, 23 of Liam Peterson, 200 of Olson, 216 of Lang, 409 of Carlson, 816 of Speaker, and the 989 of Custodio. We're going to get Rambo's sled across the front straightaway before we go back to some green flag action here in just a second.
Okay, here we go. Okay.
Track is clear. Our starter gives the second half of 200 stock 4 to 8 the go sign. Green light is out. Early advantage looks to be the 517 of Noah Abraham as he's up and over one of our riders down on the front stretch. I believe that's the 910 of Storley who's down in that right-hand hole shot corner. Out front, First lap in the books for the 5:17 of Noah Abraham in the lead. 23 of Peterson sits in second. 2:16 of Carter Lang in third. Passing those yellow flaggers. It's Abraham, Peterson, Lang, 1, 2, 3. Single file throughout the pack. 5 racers on the track right now. It's Abraham, Peterson, Lang, Custodio. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just outside in the top 5 position, it's the 4:09 of Hayes Carlson rounding out the field. Nice little battle there developing for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Lang has it. Custodio wants it. Carlson even trying to get up on the mix there. Custodio almost taking down one of our flaggers, standing in the track there trying to clear the area for that downed rider. That pushes Custodio back to 5th. He's able to battle side by side, but checkered flag is out for your race winner, the 5:17 of Abraham taking the win. 23 of Peterson going to finish second. 3-rider battle for 3rd. Slight advantage to Custodio, 3 wide. It looked to be Custodio, Carlson, Lang, 3, 4, 5, but don't quote me on that. Race 9 up next. 2 classes, Ditch Banger Twins and Ditch Banger Triples. In the Twins class, it's the 731 of Jaeger Cordes, 068 of Peyton Smith, 716 of Jory Cordes. In the Triples class, it's the 521 of David Olson, 331 of Jason Helmbrecht, and the 84 of Alex Smith. We're going to give a chance for the track to clear out super quick before we go back to green flag action in just a second. Track is clear. Starter checks the riders. Lights are green, and it's Cordes wheeling out. Not going to get the whole shot, though. One rider out front alone, pulling away from the rest of the field, goes way high, almost gets passed down underneath, but able to hold on to the lead nice and strong and pull away through that Rock Speed Effects left-hand corner. It's the 068 of Peyton Smith leading the charge. 331 of Jason Helmbrecht in second overall, leading that triples class. And it's the 731 of Jaeger Cordes sitting in third overall, currently second in that twins class. 521 of David Olson getting up into the mix, fourth overall, sitting second in the triples class. So it currently goes twins, triples for our top 4. We got a first place rider, second place rider, first place rider, second place rider. Cordes with the hard charge through that rhythm section. Cordes on the 731, now up to second place overall, in second in the twins class. 331 of Helmbrecht in third overall, leading that triples class. It's Smith, Cordes, Helmbrecht, Olson, 1, 2, 3, 4. Top 2 riders are in the twins class. Second 2 riders are in the triples class. A little bit of space before we get back to the 84 of Alex Smith, racing 5th overall, currently 3rd in triples. And then the 716 of Jory Cordes, racing 6th overall, finishing 3rd in the twins class. White flag is out for Peyton Smith. 1 more lap to go for our race leader. Jaeger Cordes in second after that wheelie off the starting line, trying to make up for some lost ground. Olson now up to 3rd place overall, leading that triples class. But the 331 of Helmbrecht isn't going to go without a battle. Looks like the 84 of Smith is stalled on that left-hand Rock Speed Effects corner. He was able to get back up and running, but not before losing some ground. Out front, checkered flag is out. Olson Plumbing, Burmeister Auto, River Valley Repair, and Edward Jones. It's the 068 of Peyton Smith taking the win. 7:31 of Jager Cordes finishing second. It'll be the 5:21 of David Olson taking the win in the Ditch Banger Triples class for Olson Plumbing and Heating of Montevideo, CNA Pro Skis, and Woody's Traction. Race 10 up next, Thomas Snowsport 440 to 600 Invitational. Race 11, Transition 8 to 10. Race 12, Junior 10 to 13 and 16 to 17. And race 13, Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009 should all be in the staging area. All classes for the day should be making their way up to staging. Race 10, looking for the clean sweep. It's the 393 of Mitchell Fruth. We have the 26 of Zach O'Mara, the 7 of Brian Schultz, 17X of Rude, 22 of Barber, 83 of Spicer, 126 of Ford, 213 of Pavic. 5 racers making the start. Reading the wrong sheet. This is the Leaf Spring class out there right now. My apologies. Green flag is out. First lap in the books for the 00 of Brett Simon. Simon leading the race. Right behind him, we got the 34 of Cole Giles holding on to second. 284 of Curtis Turner in third. The 1 of Lane Peterson in fourth. And the 149 of Jack Mackey in fifth. It's Simon, Giles, Turner, Peterson, Mackey, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Single file throughout the field. Could potentially see a battle developing up there at the top. Right now, it's the 34 of Giles up to the lead. 00 of Simon back to second. Simon's not going to go without a fight, though. He takes that outside line, tries to take that preferred inside line through the Woody's Traction Center away. Almost makes the pass for the lead, not quite able to do it. Still hot behind his tail. It's Giles, Simon, Turner, 1, 2, 3. Peterson and Mackey just outside in the top 5. Through the rhythm section on the west end of the track. Taking that left through the Rock Speed Effects corner. White flag is out for the 34 of Cole Giles. Giles took the last main event win, trying to make it a twosome here. It's Giles, Simon, Turner, 1, 2, 3, side by side through that right-hand corner at the hole shot. They're bumping and banging. One of them almost turns up and over, but he's able to save it at the last second through the rhythm section. Checkered flag is out for your race winner. It is the 00 of Brett Simon taking the win for Climate Services. 34 of Cole Giles going to finish second. 284 of Curtis Turner rounding out your top 3. Now for our Thomas Snowsport 440 to 600 Invitational. Looking for the clean sweep. It's the 393 of Mitchell Fruth. 26 of Zach O'Mara. The 7 of Brian Schultz. 17X of Rude. 22 of Barber. 83 of Spicer. 126 of Ford. And 213 of Pavic. Green lights are out and away we go. One rider going up and over at the start. Looks to be the 17X of Rude. Bumping and banging, rolling all about. He's back up and ready to go. Out front in the lead, though, your current race leader, it's going to be the 7 of Brian Schultz leading the way. Fruth in second, the 213 of Pavic in third. Looks like O'Mara's a scratch for this race. So it's Schultz, Fruth, Pavic. Then a side-by-side battle between the 22 of Barber and the 83 of Spicer. A little bit of space before we get back to the 126 of Ford and the 17X of Rude. Side-by-side pass for the lead at the front. On the outside, Fruth able to get by. Fruth now your sole leader, trying to secure that sweep. It's the 393 of Fruth, the 7 of Schultz, the 213 of Pavic, 1, 2, 3. Schultz gets a little sideways up and over that median, able to hold on, but that secures Fruth as the lone leader in this race. Fruth, Schultz, Pavic, 1, 2, 3. It's the 83 of Spicer who secured that 4th place spot solely. 22 of Barber back to 5th. White flag is out. One more lap for Fruth to take that clean sweep away in the Thomas Snowsport 440 to 600 Invitational class. Fruth, Schult, Pavic, Spicer, Barber, Ford. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As Rude is able to put in another lap in the books. One more lap to go for Rude. Out front alone, though, one last time through that West End rhythm section, taking a left through the Rock Speed Effects corner. Checkered flag is flying. Crazy J's Bar and Grill, Engel Electric, Opats Metals, and Row-Off. Mitchell Fruth taking the win on the 393. Clean sweep for Fruth. 7 of Schult going to finish second, and the 213 of Pavic rounding out your top 3. Race 11 up next, transition 8 to 10. Looking for the clean sweep in this class, it's the 67X of Chase Kenyon, the 5 of Easton Green, the 707 of Easton Norman, and the 708 of J.C. Carlson. Rude's going to finish off his race. Checkered flag out for Rude. Coast is clear. Track is ready. Green lights out. And it's the 67X of Chase Kenyon getting the whole shot this time by. It's Kenyon, Green, Norman, Carlson, 1, 2, 3, 4, like we've seen them all so far today. But this time by, Green is putting on a hard charge. He doesn't want to finish second to Kenyon again. He's doing everything he can to stay right up on his tail. Both riders opt to take the inside left-hand corner through that Power Lodge split lane section. Single file throughout the field. It's Kenyon, Green, Norman, Carlson, 1, 2, 3, 4 as they start to space out a bit. Race 11 on the track now. Race 12, junior 16 to 17 and 10 to 13 about to hit the track. Race 13, Ditchbanger 2000 to 2009. And race 14, junior 14 to 17 and 600 open should all be in staging. Races 15 and 16 should be making your way up to staging as we're almost done with our racing for the day. Kenyon, Green, Norman, Carlson still 1, 2, 3, 4. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 67X of Chase Kenyon, trying to put the clean sweep on the transition 8 to 10 class. Green takes that outside Power Lodge corner line, trying to do everything he can to get up beside and battle for the lead here. He almost gets side by side. Not going to do it this time by. He's still got half a lap to try to make this pass work. Through the rhythm section. It's Kenyon and Green, 1 and 2. Green with the hard charge. Checkered flag is out, and Kenyon's going to do it, completing the clean sweep. Kenyon taking the win for C&A Pro Skis, Rock Speed Effects, and Snow Studs. Green going to finish second, and it'll be the 707 of Easton Norman rounding out your top 3. Race 12 up next. The lone competitor in the junior 16 to 17 class. He's won all day. The 155 of Brody Esselman in the junior 10 to 13 class. Took both the heat and feature win earlier. The 952 of Jackson Rath. The 13X of Blake Van Dam. The 68X of Arlen Kenyon. The 10 of Schmeideker. The 68E of Teisel. And the 618 of Speaker. Green lights are out, and away we go. Esselman with the whole shot. Esselman leading the charge in the 16 to 17 class. And pulling away from the 10 to 13 class. Side-by-side battle for the lead in the 10 to 13 class. Esselman takes the first lap. It's the 68X of Arlen Kenyon currently leading 10 to 13. It's Kenyon, then Van Dam, and then the 68E of Teisel are 1, 2, 3 in that class. Rath, who's been leading so far in the 10 to 13, all the way back in 4th currently, might even be getting battled to go back to 5th. 314 of Bryson McIvy trying to get up beside him, not quite able to do it just yet. Esselman puts another laps in the books for the 16 to 17 class. He'll be taking the win there no matter where he finishes. But back in the 10 to 13 class, out front alone now, it's the 13X of Van Dam leading that class. Kenyon back to 2nd, Rath now up to 3rd. Teisel's not going without a battle, though. Teisel cuts back down low, tries to make that pass stick. He wants to get that podium position in the 10 to 13 class. Esselman doubling through the rhythm section. White flag is out. One more lap to go for our race leader. Van Dam puts another lap in the books along with Kenyon and Rath. Rath now solely up to 2nd, trying to get by Kenyon to get at least 2nd place in the 10 to 13 class. Side by side, Rath now up to 2nd. Cuts down on Kenyon to secure that spot. But out front, it's still the 13X of Van Dam leading the charge. One last time, onto the front straightaway. Checkers out for Luger Performance, Demcon Companies, Healing Hands Family Chiropractic. The 155 of Brody Esselman taking the W in the 16 to 17 class. Who's it going to be for the 10 to 13? Checkered flag is out. Winner's going to be Russell Creek Sawmill, Delling Construction, Venom Products, number 13X of Blake Van Dam. Rath going to finish 2nd. Kenyon rounding out your top 3. Race 13, Ditchbanger 2000 to 2009. We got the 988 of Sam Kitch, the 175 of Reed Zabrowski, the 18 of Cole Curtis, 4Z of Forsland, 25 of Olson, and the 84 of Berg. Green lights are out, and away we go. Seven racers making the call. Out front, leading the way early on, though. There can only be one. And as it stands, it's going to be the 175 of Zabrowski. Kitch looks to the inside, nothing going there. Curtis in 3rd, Cordes in 4th, the 25 of Olson in 5th. Then it's the 84 of Berg. And the 4Z of Forsland rounding out our 7-sled field. Zabrowski, Kitch, Curtis, 1, 2, 3. An exact inverse of our top 3 from the last feature we had. Single file throughout the pack. Another lap in the books for Zabrowski, but he's still got company hot on his tail, just about 3 sled lengths back. Zabrowski takes the outside line. Kitch and Curtis take that inside line, trying to do whatever they can to gain some speed on the 175 of Zabrowski. And now the 716 of Jory Cordes is trying to get into the mix here. Cordes currently sitting 4th, wants at least one podium on the day, gets up side by side through the Woody's Traction rhythm section, falls a little bit back through that right-hand corner to get back to the hairpin left CNA Pro Skis section. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Zabrowski and Kitch and Curtis. Kitch takes that inside line along with Curtis, both trying to race each other and race for the lead. Kitch cuts down low. Curtis still high. All 3 riders side by side. One last time around. Who's it going to be through that hairpin left-hand corner? Zabrowski with the advantage. Through the rhythm section on the west end of the track. Checkered flag is out, and it's going to be Durand, Wisconsin's Reed Zabrowski taking the win on the 175. Kitch going to finish second. Curtis rounding out your top 3. Race 14, 15, and 16 should all be in staging. Our last 3 races of the day. The lone racer in the 14 to 17 class is going to be the 155 of Brody Esselman. In the 600 open class, we have the 068 of Peyton Smith, the 712 of Lane Peterson, and the 321 of David Olson. 4 sleds getting the green light for race number 14. And it's going to be Lane Peterson taking the whole shot. Peterson leading the first part of this race for that 600 open class. Right behind him, the 155 of Esselman leading the charge in the junior 14 to 17 race. Esselman now to the overall lead. Top 2 riders both leading their respective classes. Esselman first in the junior 14 to 17 class. Peterson leading that 600 open class, but Peterson's got company. The 068 of Peyton Smith is hot on his tail. Smith also in that 600 open class, currently sitting second in that class alone. 3rd overall, wants to get up to that leader spot. Peyton Smith goes way high, goes off the track trying to get by Peterson. He's now way off to the side, which gives the 321 of David Olson a chance to get by. Olson now up to 3rd overall, currently sitting second in that 600 open class. This will give Peyton Smith the need to fight back to at least get back to that 2 spot that he was in. Smith able to do so on the front straightaway. 2 more laps to go for our racers out there. Smith back up to 2nd in the 600 open class. Olson back to 3rd. Out front alone, though, it's Esselman leading the junior 14 to 17 class and Peterson leading the 600 open class. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for Big Lake, Minnesota's Brody Esselman. It's Esselman, Peterson, Smith, Olson, 1, 2, 3, 4. Or should I say 1, 1, 2, 3. Peterson getting way up on the berm, able to hold through, power on. But checkered flag is in their sights, doubling through the rhythm section. Healing Hands Family Chiropractic, Lugert Performance, Demcon Companies, 155 of Brody Esselman taking the win in the junior 14 to 17 class. Lane Peterson taking the win for Plastids in the 600 open class. And it'll be Peyton Smith rounding out that 2nd place position in 600 open. Race 15, Ditch Banger 90 to 99. I believe we might be splitting it into 2 classes or putting them together. First drop, no matter what, will be the 725 of Peyton Helmbrick, 259 of Tyler Olson, 22 of Tyler Barber, 8 of Alex Peterson, the 28 of Hale, the 123 of Jellum, and the 395 of Heinemie. Second drop's going to go like this. The 281 of Troy Hill, 235 of Spencer Roser, 28X of Mason Hale, 22X of Shane Halverson, 136 of Olendike, 139 of Dias, 179 of Simonson, and the 719 of Alex. As they all get the green light. Right as our first drop comes around the corner, Olson leading the way to 59 out front. But he's got company right behind him. It's the 725 of Helmbrick. Helmbrick trying to get that clean sweep. Olson trying to get his first win of the class. Out front. In the second drop, I believe that might be the 28X of Mason Hale, if I'm reading things correctly. The 22X of Shane Halverson just behind him. And then a side-by-side battle for 3rd and 4th. Just like that in the first drop, the 725 of Helmbrecht, his clean sweep dreams have come to a close as he drops back. He stalls it on that left-hand power lodge corner. He's now all the way back to 4th. .22X, 235 of Spencer Roser in 2nd and 3rd. Olson out front alone, getting the white flag. One more lap to go for Tyler Olson. 725 of Helmbrecht able to get back up to second. 395 of Heineme in third. One sled up and over on that left-hand CNA Pro Skis hairpin corner. Gonna get our riders all around and resituated. White flag is out for the 28X, putting another lap in the books. 3 wide for second, third, and fourth in that half. And the checkered flag is out for Tyler Olson, taking the win for Olson Snowmobile Parts, JTO Services. Helmbrecht gonna finish second. 395 of Heineme gonna finish third in that first drop. Second drop now, who's it gonna be? Bobbling side by side for second and third. The winner, checkered flag is out for the 28X of Mason Hale, taking the win. Second will go to the 235 of Roser, and the 139 of Dias gonna finish third. Final race of the day. 2 classes. In the WSAX 440 improved class, we have the 26 of O'Mara, the 108 of Dannert, the 393 of Fruth, 590 of Enroth, and the 726 of Holicky. In the open class, we have the 62 of Woitala and the 731 of Cordis. Leading the pack early on, out front, it's the 731 of Jaeger Cordis leading the charge overall. 126. Bobble in there, able to save it. Believe that might be Zach O'Mara, currently sitting in second overall. Fruth now up to second overall, leading the 440 improved class. Believe that might be O'Mara in second. Another lap in the books for the 731 of Jaeger Cordis. Fruth leading the charge in the 440 class in front of a side-by-side battle for second and third. Holicky's got second. O'Mara wants it. O'Mara to the outside, trying to make a pass for both second and third at the same time. It's Fruth, O'Mara, Holicky, 1, 2, 3. Then a nice little battle going on at the back of the field for fourth and fifth in the improved class. 590 of Enruth has fourth. The 108 of Dannert's in fifth. White flag is out for Cordis, the sole competitor in the WSAX Open class. Side by side for the lead in the 440 class. Still slight advantage to Fruth. O'Mara looks to the outside, trying to make the pass there. Not quite able to get it to stick just yet. Fruth up inside, bumping and banging, still able to hold on. It's Fruth, O'Mara, Holicky, Enroth, Dannert, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the 440 class. Checkered flag is out, taking the win in the WSAX Open class for Henko Utilities, Lindsey Keen State Farm Rally Gear. Jaeger Cordis on the 731. Who will it be for the 440 class? Side-by-side drag race to the line. Checkered is out. Fruth taking the win. O'Mara gonna finish second. Holicky gonna round out the top three. Now we got that final battle at the back of the pack. This is for fourth and fifth. They've been swapping, bumping, and banging all day long, all weekend long. They're trying to get side by side. The battle is for fourth place. Dannert has it. Enroth wants it. One last time onto the front straightaway. It's a drag race to the line. Checkered flag is out. Dannert going to take fourth. Enroth going to finish fifth. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, that brings our weekend of festivities here to a close. As a quick reminder, today was round number 8 of the 2025 Sunday Funday series. We will be back for round number 9 over across the river, where we have a 3 set of races. Round number 9 will be March 2nd at Rock Falls Raceway in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. The following week, we'll have a double header March 8th and 9th at Silver Mine Ski Jump in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, before we come back here for our final 2 dates of the 2025 Sunday Funday series. Thank you to all our sponsors, Hunter Hool Memorial Foundation, Aeroplax, CNA Pro Skis, Fox Finish Line, Husqvarna, Woody's Traction, and Studboy Traction. And thank you to all of our racers out there who are able to come in here, race for us. On behalf of everyone here at ERX Motor Park and MBTV Sports, my name's Zach Bailey saying thank you all for coming out and drive safe on your way home tonight.
My name is John O'Connor. I'm a snowboarder for life and a business owner in Windham, New York. We run a restaurant and inn here. This is our backyard. Having a backyard park is really special because being able to snowboard at home and not have to get in the car, go to a resort, wait in the line, is your own creative space to do whatever you want, however you want. You're in your element. You're right at home, and it's a really good feeling when you can tune into the space around you with you and your friends and just make something special of it. The Tow Pro has helped my vision come to life with where I would like to take the backyard setup, and without it, it wouldn't be the same. It's the most easy to use, compact, portable, reliable rope tow that you can buy. It's the best thing that I own as far as what gives me happiness in life. Without it, it's not the same when you're hiking. To be able to keep riding and feel like you're snowboarding, that's what it's all about. And the Tow Pro has made that happen.
Freight is the backbone of the country, and as long as people need goods, they're going to need somebody to get it to them. My name is Matt Bohl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. We help companies ship easier for less. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're having trouble with damages, lost freight, claims of any sort, we can help you with our experience, solve the problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years. We know this industry. We can help all size business, big or small. We love them all, but we have a special spot for small business. Small businesses are pillars in the community. Low rates are critical for a small business because the margins are generally pretty small. They need to have competitive rates. They can't be getting gouged or they lose the sale. Freight is simple. People make it difficult. We work as consultants in the industry, so it doesn't matter what your problem is, we'll solve it. We educate the customers, we solve problems, and we lower their shipping rates. And that's what I've been doing for 20 plus years.
My two passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers at Certified Angus Beef. We know what our beef is continuously and it's very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life, and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was going to be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
QualityFreightRate.com.
the LTL Freight Logistics Specialists for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.